Right, we will start. So yeah, we are finishing Ellen from Zenless Zone Zero. So yeah, I have all of my references up, and yeah, we will actually hopefully be coloring her and finishing her. I mean, the difficult part of the lineup was all done. So yeah. Oh, first off, I need to reconnect my chat. So grab that. Open up OBS. Really should have been something I did before the chat, but I'm not very organized. I also realized, so I actually have Zenless open in the background, just so like I have, you know, reference and stuff. What is it actually capturing? Is it? Oh, it's that. Okay. Yeah, so like you know, that's Paint Tool Psi, and it's capturing Zenless Zone in the background. That's because it's windowed. Oh, okay. So wait, let's close Chrome because I don't need Chrome. Yeah, we'll have Zenless on in the background. Yeah, because it's windowed, it's picking that up. Okay, so you know what, let's actually go into Zenless first. I finally started Zenless, but I've not, I haven't like fully got much. I haven't done much basically, so let's go to options. Let's make this a tad bit smaller. Oh no, that's full screen. I don't want it full screened. Yeah, there we go. Go back. Okay, for some reason OBS, like, it's picking it up, but it's not fully... Yeah, you know what, let's do a new one. Zenless Zone Zero. That's still not the correct screen that's showing up in OBS / what I'm seeing. So... let's just put that there. Yeah, literally, like, it isn't showing up what I'm actually seeing compared to what's actually on screen. So you know what, we will delete these. Because the only reason why I have Zenless on in the background is so I could get reference of Ellen, rather than like relying too much on, like, you know, just online low-res screenshots and whatnot. So you know what, we will, I'm just gonna load up just Ellen's like agent screen in the background, and it's not actually like yeah, I'm sort of still getting used to like the interface on Zenless. I'm not like, yeah, I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, for some reason my controller is not working with Zenless, and it's also not showing up properly on OBS. So you know what, we're gonna ignore that. If I can get it to work, we might play a bit of Zenless. I've only done like the first main mission. I'm only like level 4, so I haven't got very far. But either way, yeah, let's do this. So we will do the lineup first. So what I usually do is, hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's on a separate layer. That should be merged down. So let's duplicate that. Duplicate that. Oh, okay, this is already the duplicated layer. Well, yeah, you know what? Copy that, duplicate that, so thicken it, merge it back down. Then I'll do the same for the eyes. And then merge that all down. Sweet! So even though the lineup looks clean, it really isn't, so we need to clean it up. So let's hide that. Let's just grab her face, because her face is like on one layer on its own, so it's easy to fix. So yeah. See, yeah, if Zenless was actually working, I would have had it on like one screen and then Sai on another screen, and we could be playing Zenless as well as we're drawing. But it's decided not to work, so whatever, it's fine. Right. Yeah, her face doesn't actually need too much cleaning, I mean, because there's not too much to it. So that's fine. I don't actually know who's on the current premium banner. I think it's still Yuyan. And I believe after like the next update, it's gonna be updating ever so slightly. I haven't played enough to make like a full-on sort of like, you know, to sort of make a good opinion on it. Because I've only played a bit, it's kind of like and it's also like I'm always really weird when starting a new gacha game to begin with, so it's kind of like, you know, it's gacha game. The opening was good, I like the opening, and I think it's just like getting everything into motion and getting everything to, like, you know, work and stuff, and, you know, just getting used to how the game plays. I haven't played a gacha game to this level in a very long time. You know, the only gacha games I really play is like Pokemon Masters, Bang Dream, so like, you know, simple gameplay that is easy to pick up, whereas I don't really play many like RPG gacha games. So like this is going to be like Zenless would be the first I've ever played. I did play I did play Genshin very, very briefly, but that was like a long time ago, and like I don't know, there was just something about Genshin that I just couldn't get into. But either way, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think I'm just trying to like figure out what I want to say, figure out what I want to do. The main thing of today is that we're drawing, so I should really be focusing on drawing. Right. The way I'm just gonna... There we go. So yeah, I had to move my microphone because it was kind of in the way of my tablet. My cat just jumped onto my desk, so it just shook the whole thing. So yeah, we are cleaning up all of the lines and stuff, and just making sure, like, you know, sharp bits are sharp, and it's all clean. It's not gonna be like the way that I do my line art is never like 100% straight or anything, but at least, you know, it's clean and stuff. I just realized with the way that I have my microphone, okay, I can't move that any closer. I have to move that back. It's just if I, yeah, you're gonna hear sort of like my, you know, you're gonna hear my pen strokes on my tablet, so don't worry about it. It's just where I've placed my microphone, it's really close to my tablet and where I'm drawing and stuff, so yeah. Hello Black Wolf, welcome, thank you so much for joining my stream again. I like that line from Ellen, it's really cute. It is a shame that her premium banner is gone now, so I'd have to like wait until the banner comes back around before I can pull her again. Unless she gets added into like, you know, the regular pool of characters, but I'm not sure. I have started Zenless. I just need to play more of it to make a full-on opinion about Zenless. Right. So clean up all of these lines. Oh, wait. See, I was thinking of like, because I tried to connect Zenless to OBS before, and for some reason OBS just like, it just froze up. So like, yeah, I added the screen capture, and then OBS just like stopped working. It stopped working very briefly because it wasn't really capturing the footage from Zenless. So like I was still able to move in game, but then you know, OBS wasn't capturing the movement of Belle moving in the slightest, or like, you know, changing the screens or anything. So I was like, why are you doing this? Why can't I play Zenless as well as draw? If we can fix it, then I could probably do like a split screen thing, and we can play Zenless as well as draw at the same time. But no, OBS decides to, OBS is like, no, you're not doing that today. So fine, whatever. Just gonna move tablet closer, move the microphone there. I think I'm still like an okay volume, but it's just before my pen hit the microphone. So hopefully it's better. I imagine it's going to be like a bit louder just of where my microphone is placed, as well as where my tablet is and stuff, but hopefully it won't be too loud, and hopefully my voice will drown out the screechy scratching. Probably not. You're probably just gonna hear screechy scratching. Huh, weird. Yeah, I thought that too. I mean, I could try it again and see if it works. So let's see. Let's go there. Window capture? Game capture? No, that's just like for game capture and stuff. When I imagine it would be window capture. That's Psy. Zenless. No, it's still showing the yeah, see, this is the screen that it's stuck on, but I'm not like in the game right now. I'm actually on the agent screen. So actually, you know what? Let's close that. And then maybe we can boot it back up again. Yes. Start. I don't know if it's also because I'm playing with like PS4 controller, and the game is like, no, you have to play keyboard and mouse. Okay, it's doing something. Can I like make this smaller? No, it's just not doing anything. Is it because I'm... Okay, what if I... No, even if I full screen it, it doesn't show up. Windowed. It's weird, it works for like OBS works for all my other games. It's just for some reason Zenless is doing this thing and it's not loading. See, you can see the mouse from Zenless. It's just not capturing any of the footage in the game. So I don't know why it's doing that. Either way, we'll have to ignore it for now. So let's go back here. Let's delete that. Yeah. Which is a shame. It would have been cool to like, you know, play the game as well as draw character from said game, but you know, Zenless is not being nice to me, so we'll continue on. Yeah, as much as people said like, oh, you've already done the line art, and it's like, no, if you actually look at my line art, it's not crisp and clean, which is what it should be. Because once you clean it up, it's like, you know, it looks all nice and crisp. Right. Is that okay? Let me just go back onto the like the agent's screen on Zenless, because that's what I've been using as reference now. I'm so glad that you can actually like view the agents before you know, actually like obtaining them. What happened to my cursor? My mouse seems to have disappeared. Oh, there we go. Go back there. So what I really like about Ellen, she's just so cute. I do really like Ambi and Nicole as well. Billy is really funny. I think also like early on, when Raze started playing Zenless, I was like, oh, Sasukaku is like really cute. Much of the, yeah, about like some of the other characters I haven't really, like, I don't really know as much. I think when I played like the, oh, what is it, the selection, it was like the 5-star selection character thing, and you can like demo them. I demoed, what was his name, Von Lycon, I think his name was, the furry dude from Victoria Housekeeping. He's really cool. His playstyle is actually really, really fun. And Corin as well, her playstyle with her little chainsaw and stuff. That's really cool. Oh, speaking of Corin, her voice actor, I think it's Chloe Evans. She's actually going to be at a convention I'm attending this weekend. So it's Annie Manga Pop in Manchester. And yeah, her voice actor is actually going to be there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how, like, what the circumstances in Manchester is like, considering all the riots that's been happening in the UK currently. Hopefully it'll be fine, and hopefully it'll calm down by then. But basically, like, I had a friend, at least, yeah, Zio, he had to be sent home from work because of said riots and stuff. So yeah, anyone who's in the big cities in the UK currently, be safe. Don't drag yourself into unnecessary danger, and you know, just take care of yourselves. Make sure you don't get in harm's way, and you know, try not to be a hero, I guess. I don't know. It's messy, the situation currently. Luckily, I don't live near to like any big cities at all, so I'm fine. But yeah, I have some friends who do live near big cities, and it is just like dangerous at the moment. So, you know, go out with caution and care. Right, that's her lollipop. Yeah, once I fix her hair, it's just like a few bits. Well, yeah, it's just her dress, and then I can do the weapon and stuff, and then hopefully coloring won't take as long, so that's good. Do. See, with it, like with my, like with cleaning up the line art and everything, now it looks so much crisper and nicer. If I didn't clean it up, you'd have all these like little bits of shit just like in the line art, and it just doesn't look as nice. Like, some people really like the like sketchiness of the line art, but it's like, it's just not my thing, and it doesn't really work with my coloring style, unfortunately. I've tried it, and it just looks too messy. Yeah. See, a part of me really wants to draw Ambi now, because Ambi is super adorable. Her playstyle is actually really, really fun as well. Billy's playstyle is, like, it's okay. I'm really weird with, like, especially in, like, sort of, like, action games like this, where it's, like, you know, real-time combat and stuff. It's, I don't prefer playing, ranged characters. I prefer playing like close on characters, and like I think with Billy, unfortunately, he's just not as fun for me personally to play as. Nicole's is really fun, but so far I'm enjoying playing as Ambi. Right, now I have to do these like weird, like stupid little spike things. Also, so last week, before I had like, you know, the full-on reference of her from like the agent screen and stuff, I thought this was just like a collar that, like, you know, it was spiky all around her neck, and it was just this like big slab of metal that goes around. And obviously, like, you know, once you have the full 360 reference, you realize, oh wait, it's not, it's actually tied in the back, which makes a lot more sense, because then she can actually take it off. Can't see the chat. the color palette is pretty good, not too confusing. Yeah, that's true. Like Ellen's is mostly like, you know, black and white and a hint of red, which makes it like, you know, it's a really nice color palette. I like it when characters have like simple color palettes like this, because then it's just not as confusing. It also makes it like way easier to draw. I think I've done some characters in the past where they have so many different colors in their outfits, and I'm like I have to color all these like individual colors. It makes it like 10 times more like time consuming. So usually, like, going back to Ambi, sorry, her design, even though like I'm not usually fond of like the lime green neon that she has, but it really suits her character. I feel like it's a nice, like, I think it fits in really nicely with the theme of the world so far, and the sort of like cyberpunk-ish style of Zenless. And so like that sort of like neon lime green like works really well, and also it contrasts really nicely with her like silver hair. So yeah, Ambi just has a really nice design. And then with Nicole, her like pink hair just like goes with almost everything. Do 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 do. Right, is that her hair done? That looks like her hair. Well, actually, no, it's this part I forgot as well. Oh yeah, this is her little like shark cuff thing that she has on her neck, on her ear, sorry. So you know what, we'll define that a bit more. There we go. Because now it actually looks like a cuff rather than just a thing on her ear. Or like that's merged into her ear. There we go. Oh, I do have food coming at some point. And I took your advice, Black Wolf. I actually have music for my screens and stuff. But I was thinking of like, last stream, Undead Ball suggested I have a slideshow, sort of like featuring my artwork and stuff. Which, that was a good idea, but then it's also like, you know, a very common thing with like, you know, just streamers in general is to have a like starting soon, like sort of like an animation you know, screen and stuff. And it's like, I have an idea for one, it's just I haven't gotten around to doing it because I am a complete noob at animation. I have no idea where the hell to start, but it's something I'd like to do. I don't have the money to afford to like pay anyone to animate it for me, so I'm gonna have to muster up some time and some skill to draw it and stuff. You know what, I could always draw the actual like starting up screen and then animate it at some point, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, so like the music I have at the moment, it is just like, you know, royalty free music that you can just get from YouTube Studio, so it's nothing like too fancy, but you know, at least now the starting screen, the beer back screen is not just like dead silent and stuff, so that's at least something. I mean, like, yeah, if you're like, once you're in the stream, it's like if I'm not speaking, then yeah, it's gonna be like dead silent and stuff. But you know, I'm still very much a beginner. I'm still learning a lot of new things, and I'm still like in my real life, I'm still job hunting as well. So it's like I have a lot of stuff going on, but you know, it's just trying to fit in this and that and everything. So I'm trying my best. It's, you know, little steps at a time, and it's, you know, just learning everything all in one go as well. Is it an actual... Wait, why have I drawn it like this? Hang on. Let's just go back in Zenless. Huh, why have I drawn it like this? Oh, okay. I think the way that I've drawn it is like all of it's gonna be look like... Yeah, all of it's gonna be black. but I just wanted like a definition between what's the actual cuff and what's the like strap that's on it. Maybe her actual reference itself she doesn't really have this part. So wait, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, let's make it a bit thinner, because even if you can't see it as much, you can at least see something. I just realized as well, once I am able to finish this, which hopefully it is today, I can go out and go make a few prints of Ellen for like, you know, the rest of the conventions I have this month. And then, you know, for the last one I have, which is in September. So it's, you know, at least like some fan art while I try to rebuild my portfolio again. Which, yeah, I did apply for MCM London for their artist alley. Unfortunately, I got rejected. But from what I can tell, a lot of my other friends have gotten rejected as well, even though they've been attending for like multiple years. I think they're just being a lot more stricter with their applicants and stuff. And it's also like they keep receiving over 1,000 applicants. And unfortunately, like, I don't think Excel, the venue, is as big as the venue from like Anime Expo and stuff. Because Anime Expo's, you know, the biggest convention, a like anime convention here in the West. And like London, we're nowhere near as big. Like MCM London is still fairly big. It's just not on Anime Expo level big. And especially if they're getting more and more international applicants and stuff, there's just so many people you can accommodate for, which is a shame. For, you know, my friend and whoever who's been like a long staples of MCM London. It's just, yeah, it's quite unfortunate. It just seems to be like harder and harder to get into conventions and artist alley nowadays. It's the reason why I'm only like, when it comes to prints and like merchandise, I'm trying to be a bit more selective and what I actually like invest into like making physical products and stuff. Like, I have some, and what I've learned so far this year is that, like, unless it's like really, really popular anime, they just don't sell as well. Which is one of the main reasons why I'm drawing Ellen. But luckily for Ellen, I do really like her as a character and her design and everything. So I don't mind drawing her and everything. Oh, I just realized with these little bows on her apron too. That doesn't really... Okay. I wish I could zoom in on her model, but I can't. Yeah, what I realized about these is that like they kind of connect to each other. So I still have some reference screenshots, you know, it's basically the ones I used last time, but I also have, you know, the actual game up itself, so I can have, you know, look at her in motion, I guess, just to figure out how clothes work in general. So I imagine they actually, yeah, they just connect in like some, like a strip of fabric down here. I don't know why. It just does. But yeah. I think once I do start streaming, because like I'm also speaking as well, I'm just exuding more energy, so I get more hotter. And then compared to like, you know, the British heat, lack of air conditioning, I've tried having a fan in here. It's just the microphone almost picks up everything, and it's really, really loud and really, really like fuzzy when I do have a fan in this room. So unfortunately I can't have that. But it's also like my PC's been like really, really loud recently. Don't know why. It's probably because like it was almost full, and you know, I was playing Final Fantasy and like doing a bunch of other shit. But luckily it's not as loud today, I don't think. I don't think the microphone is picking it up as much, but it's also like the microphone is a bit further away from the PC tower at the moment. So yeah. Hello, assumed pair. thank you for all the hearts on my artwork. Again, how dare you give me so many? Like, what the fuck? But yeah. Art streams are chill, but also, you know, you can definitely tell when I start to die at the very end of the stream, because I'm like, I really want to finish this illustration. But then it's also like, I can't finish it, I'm fucking dying. But then, you know, the determination to continue to push through. That's always fun. Anyway, yeah, I'll unhide her face so it doesn't look as weird. That's her face. That's, let me just thin out these lines. They can be thick-ish, but like, it doesn't have to be trying super thick. Try and stop me. I can't. I mean, actually, I can always, like, you know, stop the ability to add reactions and emotes on my posts, but, you know, if you want to, then sure, you do you, fam. Oh my gosh, I saw I believe it was like a Gen Alpha versus Gen Z meme, and I was just watching it, and it was like the English versus Spanish meme came up, and I'm like, what does that even mean? It was a really weird meme. You're dying? What color? I'm dying a deep red color. Have you stopped me reacting? I'll heart spams everywhere else. Oh, damn it. Please don't. Please don't. It's too much love, bro. Stop it. Oh, I just realized this Thursday is going to be the last stream of Hatterful Boyfriend in a while, and then next week we're gonna start Sonic. So that will be fun. It'll be my first time actually playing a Sonic game. Well, actually, no, it's a lie. I have played a bit of like the first game of Sonic, but I never really got far in the story. Platformers, like, I'm just really bad at platformers. But yeah, a while ago, people bullied me into like playing the Sonic games, and then someone, like a friend who was watching the stream, mentioned that like, hey, it's on offer with the Steam sales at the moment, and I'm like, what the fuck have you done? Why have you done this? Why have you brought this information upon me? And luckily it was cheap, so I was like, you know what, I'll get Sonic DX, I think it's DX, yeah, it's DX, and Sonic Adventure 2. And sure, people have successfully bullied me, and I will play it already. Your BF already gave you enough, I see. No! I wish I had myself a boyfriend. I mean, Ray's, yeah, so, like, I usually refer to Ray's as my partner, but in actuality, like, he's my husband, and we've been married now for almost 5 years. But yeah, I mean, getting yourself a partner, like, you know, it's not a huge priority. Some people don't want to, some people really, really want to. But you also, like, you know, there's so much that actually goes into a relationship. So it's like, sometimes it, like, I kind of wish I was single so I could do this thing. But it's like, no, I don't regret any moment I spend with Raze. It sounds really gay. And it's like, yeah, it is, so don't worry about me. I mean, it was only through Raze that I found out about Zenless in the first place, because he was the one who downloaded it, and then he was the one raving about this shark girl in a maid dress, this tomboy shark girl in a maid dress that was like, she's pretty cute looking. And that's kind of what made me draw her, to be fair. Because I have my own interests, but it's like, I think what I've learned over the past year or so is that, like, wow, I don't draw him anything anymore. Like, he used to commission me all the time, and he used to buy my artwork from conventions and stuff. But now that we live together, and our finances are, you know, together as well, it's kind of like, how would he pay me to draw him something now? and I was like, oh yeah, streaming, that could like keep me on track and motivated to do this thing. And that's the reason why the first art stream was me finishing like his present from like December last year, because like, you know, in the end, even if it didn't get that many like interactions online or anything on social media, it was like Ray's was happy with it, so you know, that's all that matters. It's so adorable to relationship. That's gay. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I see. I still want a husband. Go and get yourself a husband. Go and get yourself a husband. Make sure they don't treat you like trash. And then you'll have the time of your life. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Some relationships are weird, man. It's like seeing the downfall of my parents' relationship wasn't a trip, because it was like a very gradual breakup, but it was like, it was weird to watch. It was just, yeah, I don't want to dive too deep into it. Let's just say it was like really, really messy. So yeah, but either way, I'm quite happy in my relationship right now. And it's also like, I remember like seeing something. I think it was like a comment that someone showed me, or maybe I stumbled upon it. I don't remember. But it was along the lines of like, oh, like, you know, if you tell the internet that like you're married or you've got a boyfriend or something, you're never gonna succeed as a streamer. I believe the person was like a Twitch streamer, you know, a live stream like with like face cam and everything, and they got told that like if they reveal that they're not single, then it's like they won't make it as a streamer. And it's like that's just very toxic mentality that I don't want to fall into. And it's like, you know, even if I don't make it big, then it's like, whatever, what do you care? And it's like, you know, with all the shit that I've had to deal with in relationships and stuff, I'm not gonna pretend I'm single just for some people to be like, hey, we want to have this like parasocial relationship with you. And it's like, the more and more I think about parasocial relationships, it fucking terrifies me. And it's like, at that point, it's like, you know, why put yourself out there on the internet in the first place for people to develop these like fake bonds with you, and think they have a quote unquote chance with you? It fucking, like, it's really weird. That's why, like, I think it's the main reason why I don't want to like put myself out there as a cosplayer or anything. I'd rather put myself out there as like an actual creative like artist, which is what I am to begin with. So yeah, you know what, I'm gonna move the chat in OBS to this side so I can actually read it a bit more. Let's keep up with the chat. Relationships can be chaos, you gotta find the right person. Don't worry, I've seen some shit. Yeah. Isn't that the Japanese Korean celebrity thing as well? Yeah, they have to seem as if they're obtainable. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's also a Chinese thing as well. And luckily, you know, my parents, I don't think they were ever worried about me like finding a partner or something. Yeah, I think after their like messed up situation, yeah, their messy situation, they just wanted me to be happy, because like I realized afterwards both of my parents completely chilled out. Like, you know, I had the typical like Chinese upbringing, and then all of a sudden it was like poof, and I was like, where did all these expectations of my life go? you rose me with all of these like expectations and now they're gone. Like, what the hell? So yeah, but it's like, I never want to fall into that, you know, the parasocial relationship. That's just weird, because, you know, people have to understand that, like, you know, the people you idolize still have real lives and like their own personal interactions, and it's also like the idea of like never meet your heroes kind of thing, because they'll either be the rudest, meanest person you'll ever meet, or they'll be, you know, the nicest person you'll ever meet. And in that case, it's like, yay, like, you know, my idol actually appreciates what I do, unlike what I've done for them and stuff. But it's also like, you know, then there's the other flip side of like, oh, this person I idolize just doesn't appreciate anything that I've done and stuff. So it's kind of like, it's like a 50-50 gamble. So I don't know what I'm saying. Expectation can demolish you as much as it can break you. Too much will ruin you as a person. Too little makes you a potato. Yeah. But I've always been quite a rebellious person anyway. My parents did not want me to pursue the arts as typical Asian parents do. And I'm like, no, I'll do graphics. Actually, no, originally the plan was for me to do psychology. And in sixth form college, I completely flunked my exam and totally failed it. So I was like, oopsie, guess I'm doing graphics. So I gave no choice, because that was the only subject that I actually like had a decent grade in. Oh my gosh, don't like... I think they changed the way that the grading system works, or like how the school board works now, maybe, because they use, instead of letters, they use numbers now, don't they? I mean, they may have already used numbers, like they used like a combination of like numbers and letters when I was growing up in like the, you know, the school grading system and stuff. But like I think now it's all numbers and stuff. I don't understand how the current, I don't know how the current like grading system works here in the UK anymore. But yeah. Hey Snap, I was supposed to take psych when we met, but then I failed maths. Yeah. I had a private tutor who helped me get my maths to a B, but even then it wasn't enough. And originally I was supposed to take psychology when I first joined sixth form. Actually, no, I did do psychology. I was supposed to do chemistry, but then when the person who was like looking at my grades, they were like, oh, unfortunately, because you've not gotten, you know, the grade that you needed in GCSE, we can't let you do chemistry in sixth form. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll do. I think it's at that point I picked health studies, and even then I think I got a D in health studies, and then I dropped it in A2. It was boring. I was like sat in the classroom at the back all alone by myself, and that's what happened in psychology too. Yeah, so basically when I was in sixth form, I don't know, I just didn't make many friends, and like the few friends I did when I was in AS, so I was in first year, they were like cool. They weren't like, we didn't get super close, and it wasn't until A2, so second year, when I met you lot, and I started hanging around you more. But then it was also like, you know, when it was actually class time, I was usually there by myself, apart from in graphics. Graphics was cool because I had a few like cool friends there, and then one of the students in my graphics class actually ended up going to the same university as me, which was funny because we saw each other on like induction day of university, and I was like, hey, wait, you look familiar, like weren't you in my school? Like, well, yeah, weren't you in my like graphics class in college? And they were like, yeah, I thought you looked familiar. And then yeah, started in high school, but when they made me take the higher paper, despite me saying I cannot do this, guys. Yeah, it sucks when they don't, like, when teachers don't listen to you and like, no, you can do it. You just like, you're just talking yourself out of it, and it's like, no, I literally can't do this because none of this makes any sense to me whatsoever. Anyway, no, my nose is running again. I think it's just when I talk too much that my nose starts to run, and I'm like, why? I also have a cup of tea. I also have plenty of snacks. So, you know, I won't dehydrate, I guess. But it's also like, this tea has like like regular like cow's milk is Cravendale milk. It's nice milk. It's just I'm lactose irritable. So if I complain that my stomach hurts, or like my tummy feels hurty, that's probably why. I'm very smart. Also doesn't help that the tea's gone cold, but Ray's made it with love, so I'm gonna fucking drink it. Damn it. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, we were fixing line art. Okay, that's the chains of her apron done, and then it's just mainly her dress now. Your nose running, catch then. Catch it then. I mean, I can always try and catch my nose. My nose is like non-existent. Well, it is not that it's non-existent, it's just a very flat nose. So there was a guy when I was in primary school who I sat next to. All I remember was that like he was called Ben. He was left-handed, and because he sat onto my right and I'm right-handed, he's left-handed, he just kept nudging me with his hand, like with his elbow and stuff. Like it's the issue of like having one person right-handed and the other person left-handed. Yeah, so he was left-handed. He also used to like touch the bridge of my nose, because I don't have a bridge on my nose. And so he was always like seemingly like really fascinated by my flat nose, and I was like, I'm sorry, this is the nose that I have. Which also sucks because like most conventional glasses don't stay on my face. They'll often like slide down, which is kind of annoying. So like whenever I get glasses, they need to be like quite tight around my head so that they won't fall down, because they'll just slide off my face because of how flat my nose is. Right, why is this line missing? Or like not? Yeah, there we go. See, I think luckily with the way that I've done the sketching, it's not like super it's not super messy to the point where I have to clean absolutely everything, because I think like the last few times I've drawn on stream, I've always been noticing like, oh, this shit's like not in place, or like this part needs fixing a lot and stuff, and it's like we're doing a background, but I don't think it'll be like a super detailed background, mainly because like, you know, Ellen is already very detailed, and I feel like if I add too much detail in the background, it's going to take away the focus from her. So I do have some sort of like abandoned, you know, open spaces to use as reference. Hopefully it's not like, even if it is AI generated, whatever, but you know, it's just sort of to give me like an example of like what to use as a background. So yeah, it's not gonna be like super detailed. Right. Okay, that's this side done. I just need to fix this side, and then I can move on to her frills of her dress, and then the her legs and everything. Okay. Yeah, what I noticed with how I drew this compared to like actual reference as well is that like her apron pattern, the crosses don't connect, which means that like I'll have to sort of like change the sizes of some stuff, so we will connect those two. That's not the best way to connect it. Oops. Yeah, that works. They're obviously supposed to be a bit more similar in size, but fuck it. It's fine. It looks roughly like about the same. So that's all that matters. It looks like Ellen. connect that. Round these out. Connect that. See, luckily, I think OBS is doing a bit better than it was last week. Because obviously last week I had the fucking internet issues with the internet dying and stuff. And watch, now that I've mentioned that, I'm gonna jinx myself and it's gonna die again at some point. But hopefully not. Hopefully it'll be fine. But yeah, okay. So these two now need to be connected. Same with this too. That is not how you draw a straight line. It doesn't really help that my tablet is at an angle, but it's fine. There we go. Yeah, see, now that looks a bit better. Right, do that, do that. If I connect these two lines, then I can always just separate them the proper way and actually make them like look even-ish, but not too even. So split it in the middle. Yeah. Oh, so fun fact, I posted the commission I drew of Amelia Watson from Hololive on Twitter. And surprisingly, that's the most like interaction I've gotten from like a piece of artwork that I posted in a very long time. I think it definitely helps that I tagged Amelia's like actual art tag like in the post as well. So that's, you know, most definitely where all the interaction is coming from. And it's also like a few, was it like a few weeks ago I posted the Artist Problems highlight video from the time I drew that thing for Raze. That got about like 1,000 views and stuff, and it's like it's you know, once you compare it to like a big content creator, it's like it's baby numbers. But for me, especially with me being like, you know, only 30 subscribers on YouTube, it says 800 on my Instagram, but that's mainly from back when I was more active as a cosplayer and stuff. And it's like none of my posts on Instagram now gets more than like 30 likes unless it is a cosplay and stuff. And it's like, you know, having that much interaction on an art post actually, you know, makes me really happy, because it actually shows that like, oh, people actually liked my artwork. And I know like likes on social media doesn't, like, you know, you shouldn't be taking that as like, oh, people who like my artwork will buy my artwork, because those are two different statistics. But you know, it just, yeah, it just makes me happy that like people like the artwork that I drew. I don't know how much interaction I'll get from Zenless, well, from this picture of Ellen, but we'll see. We'll see when I post it. At the moment, all of my posts for August, actually no, that's a lie, I left the space open in the month of August so I can post Ellen, but it's like, because I draw so much, I've had to like, you know, spread it out when I'm posting stuff and when I'm not posting stuff, and that's the reason why in the Discord group, you know, I'll post stuff when I feel like posting, but I'll also add a sort of like public posting date. It's just so like, you know, it helps me spread out my posts, and it just keeps the consistency up, because like, you know, if I say draw like 3 things all in one day and then post all 3 things on the same day, it's like, oh, okay, cool, you've posted so much on this day, and then like a week later I post like nothing. That kind of thing, like the algorithm absolutely hates. They hate inconsistent posting. So I'm like, okay, you know what, I'll spread out my stuff no matter how like long ago I've drawn it, because you know it's all still like quote unquote new content, just not like, you know, yeah, it's new content that people haven't seen, but it's also like to me it could be like, oh, I drew this like months ago or something, but the algorithm just likes consistent posting. So I've been trying to keep my posts on Twitter and yeah, on Twitter and Instagram, sort of like consistent, posting like 3-4 times a week, because that's what the algorithm likes. They like huge posts, like, yeah, they like huge posts, they like high quality content, they also like consistent content, and they always recommend you to post like 3 to 5 times a week. And it's like, as an artist, that is a lot of work to do. But luckily for me, I tend to draw, you know, fairly fast, but like when it comes to like, you know, big illustrations like this, it could take you days to finish it. And that's why like every sort of like business class I've attended, they've always been like, hey, make sure to record everything and stuff. And that's the reason why I'm streaming, is so like I have said content, so you can always like, you know, post little bits here and there and stuff. And it's just I have so much to edit, and I absolutely hate editing, and that's the reason why I started streaming, because it's like, even if I don't edit the shorts and the reels and everything, it's kind of like, yeah, you can still watch my content, ? So yeah, I think, to be fair though, it's slow going so far, but that's because, you know, as a starting streamer and, you know, just starting content creator as well, it's gonna be a slow start. I took a break from social media and just like posting online and stuff for the entirety of 2013. I mostly posted stuff in my like private, like, you know, Facebook page, just for like friends and people to see. And even then it didn't get that much, but like it was back then that I was like, hey, I really enjoy, like, you know, just posting it to a small audience. And then the shit show of me being fired was sprung upon me, and it was like, that's when it gave me a chance to be like, hey, I can actually like plunge myself back into actually doing art like full time and stuff. Unfortunately, because I took that social media break, it meant that like my engagement completely tanked. I mean, it completely tanked because I took a break from conventions mid 2022, and then I didn't really post anything for the entirety of like 2023. And then I came back in 2024, and that's the reason why, like, you know, I have a lot of followers on Instagram, but they're not really like active followers, or like they're just not seeing the content I'm posting nowadays and stuff. So like, for some reason, my photos, so like my cosplay photos, my like convention tables and stuff, they always do really well. Okay, I'm gonna hide that layer just so, because we've reached this part of her, like, yeah, convention photos, cosplay photos, they always do really well. I think the algorithm just like really likes photos, whereas for me, I'm like, no, I want to like scan everything in, make it all look all nice and shit, and the algorithm's like, no. And it's like, fine. But either way, it's like, I'm trying. I could always like mix it up a bit and like do some traditional art and stuff. I haven't done traditional artwork in quite a while, but you know, I could always like, yeah, I just need to hook up a camera of some sort, and then I can always like do some traditional stuff on stream, maybe. I don't know. Great. So many frills. My waist. Hello, welcome to the stream. We are drawing Ellen from Zenless Zone Zero. And here's what she looks like so far. Oh, she has no face. Yeah, here's what she looks like so far. We are cleaning up the line art and stuff just to get her ready for like colors and the background and stuff. The background's not going to be like super detailed. So yeah. Right. Anyway, we will move back onto work on her legs and the frills on her skirt. See, the way that I've drawn the frills, they're not super like, you know, they're not neat in the slice is what I'm trying to say, because with actual made dresses and, you know, sewn garments and stuff, some people really like the neat frills, like neat pleated frills, whereas that's not what I've done, and that's also not how I draw frills. Also, frills are like some of the worst things to actually sew. You'd think they'd be like super easy. They're not, because you either have to like fold them very precisely and sew them in and hope that they actually retain their shape and stuff, or you have to do like a gathering stitch, which are really annoying, and then, you know, sew them on and hope that you've sewed them on correctly as well. Sewing is just annoying and tedious. I also, like, last time I pulled out my sewing machine, it wasn't really sewing properly. I don't know why. It must have just been something to do with like the internal. I might need to re-oil it and clean it or something. It just wasn't sewing correctly. I don't know why. Right. This is her shears, her scissors. So we'll at least clean it up, because it's very close to her tail. And it's just very close to like her skirt in general, so it's like, it's in the vicinity, I might as well colour it. Well, I might as well clean it up and stuff. Do. Right. At least clean that part up. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at the because I have Zenless on in the background, I obviously have reference of Ellen. Let's change her over. No, you can't see her weapon from here. You can't see her weapon from here as well. So you can only see it under her base stats, and I can't pull her into a thingy. Yeah, I'm only in preview mode for Ellen, because I don't actually have her. But like, it gives me enough reference, but not like all the reference I need. I didn't realize this was actually like a drill thing. So actually I could probably do that now. See, it would really help if all of my lines were like super straight. But as I said, that's not how I do things. I make things super difficult for myself. So yeah, I'm very smart. But yeah, that's the main reason why I wanted to pull up Zenless, because now I actually have like reference that I need, and it's like actually correct reference because it's from the actual game. It's mainly like, especially if I get like a commission from like Final Fantasy characters or Splatoon characters, or anything with like customization or anything from a game, I'm always like, give me like all of the gear pieces that you are wearing in the game, and I will make sure this is accurate as possible. Right. If I do it this way, because then it at least still looks like a circle, but it's still giving the sort of like texture and, you know, definition that like this drill thingy needs. Or is it like a propeller? Is it like a... Yeah, I think it's like a propeller rather than like a drill. That's fine. That works. I said I was gonna work on her weapon last, so yeah, let's fuck that off. And then actually like clean up this part, and then yeah. Oh, so I've been watching a lot more like VTuber resources and stuff, and I was thinking of my little PNG tuber here. And like whilst the artwork is cute and everything, I was thinking like maybe I could make her like into a VTuber, like an actual like full-on model and everything. I don't know how well that would go, because I'd need something that has like motion capture to be able to like get her to move and everything. I mean, like at the moment she is sort of spliced into parts. I realized it's not the correct parts to actually make into a VTuber model to rig, but luckily I'm the one who drew the artwork, so I can always fix her up when needed. So yeah, I don't know, I've just been thinking of like VTubing models and stuff, and they take so much time. It's also very similar to how it's also very similar to how like I need a starting soon and like ending soon screen and stuff. It's just like it's animation. What scares me the most is animation. It's mainly because like it's not that I haven't like dived into animation. I think it's just the idea of like so many different parts is needed in animation that scares me. And I'm like, I have to splice everything up. I can't just draw one thing and be done with it. Because I always feel like, you know, having a still image is nice, but then having that little bit of movement and motion does look really cool. And yeah, I know that like if I, you know, once I learn it, I'm able to, you know, apply it to like so many more things. But it's also like that's a lot of new skills to learn. I think I saw a job listing a while ago where it was like, I believe it was either a graphic designer or just content creation in general, and the job listing was requiring like, oh, you need to be like a videographer, a photographer, illustration, animator. And I was talking to the lady who was helping me find employment, and I was like, that is a lot of skills. There's a lot of specialized skills. And then, you know, looked at the requirements of the job listing. 3 years at least of graphic design experience. And I was like, yeah, no, I can't do this job. I don't have that experience, unfortunately. Which is dumb. But it's so hard to to break into the graphic design industry. And it's the main reason why I haven't done it before. So, yeah. I've seen someone draw and learn how to rig in 2 weeks, and the results look good. It takes a lot of effort. Yeah, it does take a lot of effort, and I know that, you know, there's just a lot of time that needs to go into it. Luckily, so yeah, I mean, I technically do have the time, because it's not like I need to draw for, you know, for like posts and stuff. I have enough content to do that. And, you know, I'm doing like the weekly streams, like, you know, weekly art streams to create like new illustrations and stuff for content. So I can always just do that. I could also like just pick a random week where I learn how to rig and animate and stuff. I think I just need to find the right resources. But yeah, I think there was one YouTuber or like VTuber who was actually like, you know, drawing herself. Like, she's rigged models before, and she's drawn and rigged models before, and I believe she was like actually making her own character as a VTuber, and it took her like 12 hours just to do the line art. And it's like, it's not that that's like a long time. Well, it is a long time, but it's just more the fact that, like, you know, yeah, it takes a lot of effort. And I think at the moment, because I have so many different projects ongoing, so I've got like, you know, all the streaming stuff I've also got I'm so like before I started streaming, I was working on my Splatoon comic. It's called A Different Kind of Beans and Toast. You should, I think my Linktree is in the description, so you can always find it through there. If not, it's always it's also in my Discord server. And yeah, I'm basically working on the next chapter of that, and that's what I was doing before I started streaming. And it's like there in that comic, you know, I'm sort of doing everything. So I'm doing the storyboarding slash like what, you know, artwork. I'm doing the background, I'm doing the colors. I need to do the text once it's all done. And it's like that alone takes a long time. And yeah, but I was thinking, like, when it comes to like live 2D modeling and stuff, like it doesn't even necessarily need to be like VTubers, like VTuber models that I rig or anything. It could also just be for like, because I was thinking of like visual novels and stuff. Like I'm gonna use Nekopara as an example. I haven't actually played Nekopara, but I do know that, you know, it's eroge and whatnot. But basically, I believe the games themselves, the models are made from live 2D. So it's like, it just gives them that sort of like a bit more, you know, it brings them to life, that they're a bit more animated. That I should have just used Bang Dream as a as an example, because all of their models are made with live 2D, and it's not like, you know, someone's behind it motion tracking or anything. It's, you know, it's all animations and stuff. So it's kind of like that sort of visual novel aspect, you know, such it brings the character in like to life. Yeah, I could always do visual novels with you know, just like static characters and have different expressions and stuff, sort of like, you know, PNG tuber model like. But it's the live 2D element that, you know, brings the character to life and makes them have such, like, you know, more movements and stuff. I don't know. I could also be like way too late to the game. I saw a video recently. I don't remember who it was by. But they were basically talking about how the VTuber like industry has just sort of like improved. Cause back in the day you could always just get away with like simple just, you know, very, very simple models with like limited movements and stuff. But nowadays it's like there's so much more toggles, hairstyle like options, clothing options, and just like, you know, posability and stuff. So like nowadays models are a lot more detailed and stuff. I mean, with me being a beginner, it can always be forgiven. That like, you know, if the first stuff that I do is gonna be a bit more simple. I don't know. I'm just rambling out my arse right at the moment. I think basically what I was saying is that like, I was thinking of like visual novels. Because with comics taking so long, some of my stories could also be shoved into a visual novel. So yeah. I think that's what I might do for one of my stories. That I could just, you know, animate it as a visual novel rather than doing it as a comic. I don't know, it's just little ideas like that. It just also like broadens my portfolio a bit, but again, you know, it's all time and effort, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. If I was more financially stable and I had literally infinite time, I probably would do something like that. I also have RPG Maker. I have like 5 different models. Like I have 5 different RPG Maker programs. Let's have a look which ones I have. Yeah, I had to minimize my screen just so I can see my desktop. So I've got RPG Maker 2003, RPG Maker VX, MV, VX Ace, and then XP. I believe they're like slightly older but they were super cheap on Steam, so I was like, you know what, let's grab them, and then I have the option to use them in the future for if I did want to get into like game development and stuff. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to get into. Like at some point in the past, I wanted to become, well, not become, but I wanted to like dabble into music and stuff, but I didn't have money too much to like learn how to like play instruments properly. Didn't have enough to pay for the producer version of Fruity Loops, or is it still called Fruity Loops? It was called something. You know, there was so many things I wanted to dabble into, and it's like, it's not that they're still off the table. I think it's more the fact that like people keep saying like, oh, if you're not a specialist in this, then you can always go find an expert who is able to do it. But I think that's just more the business collaboration mindset that they have, rather than a creative's mindset. Because, you know, if you have a project idea, it's like, oh, go do this, this, and this, find this person, do like, and ask them to draw you this and this. It's like, that's cool and all. And it was sort of similar to a, wait, is her thing meant to look like this? I think so. No, I'll do that. I'll just leave it like that then. But yeah, I had a conversation with an old colleague of mine, and he said it in a joking kind of way, or like as trying to be helpful. But I think it was the way that he said it that came off as like very sort of dismissive, and just not understanding in the slightest. He was basically, it started off as a topic of overtime, and I was like, I don't want to do overtime so I can have more time to draw on, you know, to work on my own artwork and stuff. And he was like, oh, if you work the overtime, you can always pay someone else to draw things for you and like pay them with your overtime money. And it's like, one, that is not enough to pay an artist. Two, it's like you're telling an artist to outsource their work. Like, what the yeah, it was just the way he said it. It came off as very business mind. And it's like, I get that, like, you know, when you are a bigger artist, yeah, I mean, it's not that you like it's not like you outsource a thing. It's more that you hire more assistants. I think, you know, some bigger companies do outsource their animations and stuff to South Korea. I believe, yeah, The Simpsons did it. I think Adventure Time did it as well. Maybe Steven Universe did it as well. It's like, I understand the necessity for this kind of stuff, but it's also like, you know, it's a really weird mindset. It's just all about like, you know, saving time and also saving money. But it's like, if, for example, if you are outsourcing it to other countries, it's like, what about the workers in your current country? You know, it's really, I don't know. It's that sort of like mindset that I struggle to wrap my head around, and that's probably why it's what's leading my downfall. It's weird. I don't know. I think there was, so I applied for a convention, and one of the people, I applied for CineCon, and because they curate their tables now, I believe there was one person who was just complaining that they didn't get in, and then they were complaining about like people buying stuff from Temu and like selling it at a convention. And it's like, you know, unfortunately in this day and age, that is how you kind of make profit. You buy wholesale stuff for cheap, and then you sell it for a marked up price. And it's like, yeah, that's how business works. And yeah, I didn't see the conversation. I heard a lot of people talking about it, and it was just more the fact that like that's how general business works, question mark. The post has since been deleted. I could probably find like an archive of it or the conversation elsewhere, but I'm not gonna. I don't know, I like just remembering these little conversations and then be like, yeah, this happened. I'm not gonna tell you everything though, so yeah. Alright, I've been talking a lot, so I'm just gonna have a bit of water. Hello, cat. The cat decided to jump down from his bed. I don't know why. What are you doing, cat? Why are you just sat behind my chair? Anyway, I think we're almost done with the line art for Ellen, actually. Right. Yeah, because luckily, with the way that I've drawn her, wasn't that much cleanup to do. Is that most of it done? I think that's most of it done. Right. Oh, it's the tips that I forgot to do. Where did this random line come from? Oh, okay. I think that line came from when I was drawing this line. Because it was originally here until I realized it was a lot more thinner at the tip. So I moved it. Okay, that makes sense. So do that, do that. I know there may be like some stray marks here and there. But if I can't see it, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't think my fill tool will pick it up anyway. Ugh. Right. Yeah, that looks like most of it. Then if I... Okay, I just need to fix the little crisscrossiness. But luckily, that's why I had it on a separate layer, because I can do that and then delete that. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Now that's her line art done. If you're gonna buy something and half at least expect that the product is worth less than the price, like, bro, we don't live in a world where everyone is rich. That is exactly the point. Like, I believe, yeah, I saw a conversation recently where, like, someone was complaining about, like, buying said, like, cheap things from, like, AliExpress or Temu and then, like marking up the price, and it's like, that's unfortunately how business works. And like, you know, how are you expecting people to actually make money by investing into this? It's like with stocks and shares and stuff, you have to put in the money to make money. Either way, we are done with the line art, so okay, I'm gonna have the blacks on more the red scale, because yeah. That's all the stuff that I don't need. Oh yeah, here's so after last stream, or like after last week, I sort of played around with like black tones and stuff, and this is sort of like what I came up with. It wasn't anything like too serious. It was just playing around with like cross hatching, well, like, you know, sort of like line sketching and whatnot, and then just black tones. I thought it was cool. So yeah, either way. Do that. Oh, we're gonna have to put everything on different layers because of the way I'm gonna shade it. So wait. Oh no, that's fine. Oh wait, no it's not. Wait. Because there's supposed to be a slit here, isn't there? Oh, actually. No, that's yeah, that's fine. I could say the slit is just like slightly behind. Which means I have to at least cut some part of her dress back here. Okay, fine. Shit. But you know what? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see it. Hopefully people won't notice. my little oopsie. Oops. Yeah, so do that. It's not really... It's not like a super dark black, and it's not dark enough to be fair, so yeah, as much as I wanted it a bit more in the red scale, it just looks too much like a brown. I need to, with the way that Ellen is in the game, it looks a bit more bluish of a tint. We'll have it like that, and then we'll change the color hue to be like that. No, that's going on to green. That's more red. That's green again. Yeah, so this one was the perfect one. Luckily, I've got OBS on a different screen because, as I've mentioned a few times in the past, the actual like settings of my monitor, or like the color settings, it looks a bit more different than on like other screens. So I often get confused when it comes to like lighting and like just colors in general. Is it me, or is it just me, but I don't find Ellen attractive? Yes, her design is strong and she's pretty cool looking, but I see people simp for her all the time. I know people are most teens / kids. I think some people just really like the goth aesthetic, sort of like the goth tomboy aesthetic. And it's like, you know, that just may not necessarily be your type of person that you're attracted to. You know, I think I'm sort of in a similar boat. Like, she's cute, and she's cool looking. May not be necessarily like attracted to her. Whenever I find fictional characters, I always find the ones I'm attracted to are like either like edgy boys, or the rich boy with like a redemption arc. So that's my type of guy. Yeah, if they have either blonde hair or white hair, I'm all over that shit. That's the kind of guy I'm attracted to. But like when it comes to girls, like, you know, as I said, like Ellen is very cute of a girl, but whenever I find myself attracted to a girl, it's usually like, you know, the very bubbly, very happy, cute character. So I'd say in Zenless, the character I'm more sort of attracted to would probably be Nicole. Like, you know, appearance wise, of attraction, I guess. I don't know. Why do I keep pressing on the wrong fucking thing? There we go. Very specific, but ALR? ALR? Huh? Oh, you're talking about my edgy boys. Sorry, I think there's a slight latency in the chat compared to what I've said. I think there's like a 30-second latency. I'll have to fix that at some point. But yeah, it's yeah, edgy boys. The only reason I know is because people have pointed it out to me in the past. So my best friend, he's, you know, we've been best friends since we were 6, and it's told me on like multiple occasions, being like, you always seem to be attracted to either the edgy boy, or the rich boy with a redemption arc. So yeah, and then he's also pointed out that they either have to have blonde hair or white hair. If they have blue eyes, that's also a bonus. That's just, yeah, I'm probably just weird. I also know that Ellen, yeah, she has like moles on like different parts of her body. But we'll color, okay, yeah, we'll color her skin first, and then I can add them all onto the line art. Nicole's fan service, but I like her character. Yeah, I feel like they had to have the fan service character to sort of like pull people in. But as a character herself, of what I've seen so far, she's a really cute character. I think, you know, no matter how like fan servicey a character is, so if she has a good personality, then it's like, yeah. Right. I'm really to himbos, dumb and muscular, for males and girls. I like muscular and strong design. Oh, okay. Muscular and strong design. So Grace? Or is she not muscular enough? Who is your favorite character in Zenless? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, like, as I said, I don't know too much about the story, but I do know the characters. Like, you know, most of the characters. And obviously I've got the agent list up and everything. I think, yeah, Ray's really likes, Coletta. Right. Yeah, people always seem to really like himbos for guys as well. I like dumb characters, but I've never been one to go for the himbo. Grace isn't muscular enough for me, sorry. So many feet. Okay, that's fair. Right. Is that just a black? That's just a... yeah, it's just like a darker black compared to her, like, because it's meant to be the pattern of her, like a pattern on her tights. So you know what, I could just probably darken this. I'll add it on the same layer because it's her tights in first place. I don't think I have a fave characters in Zenless yet. I like some of them. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, you know, as the game develops, because it's still quite early on, isn't it? I'm sure as more updates come out and stuff, there'll be a lot more characters in the pool and everything. Right, that's... her skin just doesn't feel like the right color. Oops. That's my... this is my regular. That's a bit too... that's just a bit too yellow. Is she pale? That's a bit too pale. It's a bit... I don't know. Maybe if I use this one. Yeah, this one makes her seem a bit more alive. It's just cause like the original skin tone I had for her, it looks too like washed out. So this one at least brings like some sort of life back into her face. There we go. Even if it doesn't, I can always change it a bit later on. Okay, let's add that, and then I can do all the white, so I need to do that. I mean, I like Lycan, but mostly because gameplay wise he's strong and useful. Yeah, I agree. He is. I like his design. His design's really cool. I think I might consider drawing him at some point in the future. I'm not good at drawing furry characters, but I'm learning. So like, one of the main reasons why I decided to draw Ellen was because initially I wanted to stream like the ending of like one of the commissions I've had for like over a year, and it was basically designing Zio's furry OC. But unfortunately for that, we've sort of decided to go back, not to square one, but to go back and, you know, do the whole color stage again, just to make sure that it's actually what Zio wants color-wise of a character. So yeah, that's the reason why that initial stream was replaced with Ellen. But you know, it's not a bad thing. It's also like, you know, I'd rather have the client be happy with their commission rather than me finishing it and then them being like, oh, like I wanted this changed or whatever. Like, I'd rather, like, if they're happy with it, for me to take longer, I'm happy postponing and, you know, working on it a bit later on, just so they can get the details they want correct as well. They called him BDSM Wolf Boy. I mean, with his harness, he does look like BDSM Wolf Boy. But again, I think that's the, you know, sort of like the leather harnesses and stuff. That's just a staple for Victoria housekeeping. I'm indecisive. Yes, you are. You are very indecisive, sir. Please pick colours. Yeah, I should also probably work on colours again, but at the same time, it's like, bro, what the fuck? How dare you? Jeez. But yeah, we will do that at some point. At the moment, that stream to finish Zio's Furiosi is scheduled for the 27th of August, which is coincidentally very close to his birthday. So we could also do that as a birthday stream for you. You just need to decide what colors you fucking want. Right, I just need to move her. Yeah, it is the silver. I really wanted to cover like, I really wanted to color this part black, but it's not. It's actually a red. Yeah, it's a red. So yeah, I'm working on it. Honestly, think we pretty much got it last time we talked. It's more fur pattern stuff to figure out. Yeah, I'm trying. I think I've just had like so much stuff going on as well, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. And then once we have that sorted, I can finally finish that illustration, and then the commission will be done. Wait, what colors? Okay, Ellen has red eyes. So we'll actually, yeah, I'm gonna have to do like 2 layers. Okay, that's the best red. It's a red, it just looks more like a salmon red. Actually, yeah. If I do that, and then just sort of like layer this on top of her hair. Just clip that down for now. Well, as you can tell, there's like loads of little bits of like white spots everywhere. Don't worry about it, we'll fix it. It's cool, I have ideas, I just need to send them over, but I'm glad I finally made it to a stream. Yeah, thank you so much for making it to my stream. I know you've been busy, but you know, at the same time, it's like you're best off being safe than getting caught up in the riots. So yeah, yeah. Her just the back part of her hair is just all red, I think. Let's move her. Yeah, it's just the whole like bottom part of her hair is just all red. Or like at least what you can see as the player from like looking at her straight on, you can like this part's just all red. Why am I being so like careful with coloring her? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I know this part's meant to be straighter. Because now I'm just looking at her reference a bit more. That's fine. We will leave it like that. We'll need another layer. The rest of the red. Yeah. And then luckily, the rest of the reds are just very little subtle details. And then she'll need like a darker black for her harness. Yeah, so for the harness, I don't mind them being like actually black. Yeah, it doesn't, it looks super dark, and I don't know how I'm gonna be able to manage to like layer shading onto it, but it'll be fine. Oops. That is not what I wanted to do. I could probably just lighten it a bit more, actually. Yeah, if I have it that color, then I'll at least be able to like layer some shading on top. Yeah, home safe, back at work Thursday, but now I actually chill for a bit and watch a chill stream. Yeah! My chills are really stream. I tend to ramble, but I also hopefully say interesting things. Also, sometimes when I'm playing games, they, you know, funny stuff can happen. Oh my gosh, I just remember now, on Sunday we did the Final Fantasy stream, and it was so funny because I kept running into this like Link cosplayer. He was just a really tall Elezen. But like, you know, I ran into them in Limsa, and then I ran into them in Gridania. And because he noticed I was looking at him, and so he came up to me and wanted to trade some eggs. And so he was like, "Here, have 58 eggs," as if that's a lot. And I'm like, that is child's play. Here, have 1,000 eggs. And then he immediately cancelled the trade. It was funny. I wish he would have taken the eggs. Actually, yeah, as much as I wanted him to take the eggs, it would have been incredibly funny. But, you know, I'm also thankful that he didn't, because I don't have... Funny enough, I don't actually have a lot of money on that save file, or like that character at the moment, because I spent all the money on clothes, and I'm just trying to make money again. Right. Oh, I need the white. That's the white layer. So if I change the thing to dark checker, so at least I can see, fill all this in. You have 1,000 eggs in your pocket in Final Fantasy. I mean, I wish I had 1,000 eggs right now. I really like eggs. But yeah, in Final Fantasy 14, I carry so many boiled eggs with me. You don't necessarily need it, but it's funny to have around. All of my friends know that you shouldn't accept trades from me because I will always give you eggs. And like, I always carry at least, like, I don't know, like 3,000 eggs on me at one time. Sometimes maybe more, sometimes maybe a bit less. But I have a lot of boiled eggs in my free company chest. Last time I checked, I know I had so yeah, so filling up an entire page, that's like over 50,000 eggs. I think I think there's about like maybe 40,000 left in there. I know another one you're talking about. Honestly, I would have laughed if he traded you the yak milk. Yak milk? Pooey, I didn't actually check what part of the story he was in. But yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, no shit in Final Fantasy. If you had 1,000 eggs in real life, I might put you in the universal jail. I mean, here's the thing, if I had a chicken farm in real life, then yeah, I would have 1,000 eggs. That'd be funny. You possess hammer space. Yeah. I like having infinite space. Right, I need to remember, like, because once I click on the line art, it automatically, like, fills in a bunch of, like, empty space. And it's like, that's not what I want. I just want to fill up the space where there is transparency. Right. Oh, okay, wait. Is that part of the dress just black? Go back. Yeah, it's just like a shiny... Oh, actually, it's just like a shiny silvery color, so it'd be the same as this. Yeah. Can confirm, received at least 5,000 eggs from Mewa. Can also confirm, I've sold many on the market board. People actually buy them though, that's what's so funny. I don't understand why, but they just keep doing it. And like, I still need to edit it into a reel, but I have actual evidence of people buying this many eggs on the market board as well. I was in the gold saucer when that happened. I literally put them up, went to go do Slices Right, and then I came, like, as I was in Slices Right, I just got the pop-up notification being like, you've sold, like, yeah, it was like 4 consecutive ones, being like, your listed item of 99 boiled eggs has sold for like X amount. I don't remember how much I sold them for, but it was a stupid amount that you shouldn't have to pay for boiled eggs. But I managed to sell them. It was funny. I like the egg market on 14. Someone's an egg collector of 3 trillion eggs or something. Yeah, like, oh my gosh, extreme collectors and stuff. I don't understand how they do it. Like, you know how people in like the Guinness Book of World Records or something will have like massive collections of stuff, like, you know, collection of like dolls or like biggest like Simpsons collector or something. There is most definitely someone out there who has like the biggest egg collection, which I think that's what you're on about. But it's like, yeah. I mean, the amount of egg themed stuff that's out there. Yeah. I remember there was a it was like a plushie that it was just an egg with like a happy face and had like little legs. I don't remember what brand it was, but it was a very cute egg. I was like, I didn't have the money at the time. I think it was like a plushie that like fits in your hand, but it was like 14-15 pound. It was like, it's a bit too expensive. So I passed on it, but it was a very cute egg. Right, okay, that's like a grey colour. Damn it, I wish... Oh, okay, so if I go from this way... Can't see her weapon properly from this, but it's fine. It's because I wanted to see like what this section actually looked like, but unfortunately on the agents list you can't see it. Oh well, it's fine. Oopsie. We'll just blag it and make it through. Boiled eggs is 5 gil per egg. 99 is 495, somehow sold on the market board for about 200 gil each for 99, which is 19,800 gil. How does this work? People just have money to blow. People just have money to blow. You don't even need, if you have the gil to buy like 99 eggs at that price in the market board, you don't need them. I think, you know, some people just like giving them away. Which is what happens a majority of the time when I give people eggs. But yeah, you soon learn very quickly not to accept boiled eggs from me. But that also means that, like, you know, people don't often trade with me in the game because they know I'll give them boiled eggs. And it's like, don't you want my eggs? My eggs can't harm you. They can give you an XP boost that you don't need. Yeah, I wish I had a better reference. It'll be fine. Oh my god, have they gone back up? Oh, it probably means that the eggs I sold eggs I put up are probably sold. Because I think last time I listed them up, they were about 200 gil. It just keeps fluctuating. It's so funny. I don't understand why, especially on Spriggan as well. People on Spriggan just love buying boiled eggs on the market board when they, you know, they clearly don't fucking need it. They keep buying it. I'm having less luck on Shiva. So I think, yeah, when I was streaming, I was checking my retainers, and unfortunately they just weren't really selling. So I think it's just a Spriggan thing. I think people on Spriggan are just fucking stupid. And they're just not buying the egg. Well, yeah, they just buy the eggs off the market board when they don't need it. But they're still gonna fucking buy them. I smell food. Please accept my gift as I give it to you. Why? Just fucking do it. I think, oh, I think that's what happened one time. I was on a different server because I was I was playing with some friends who were, you know, their main hub was on that server. So I traveled over, and then I believe one of their neighbors was just in the like vicinity, and I was like, okay, cool. We were just, I think we were just chatting with them, or like, yeah, just hanging out with them. Decided to trade with one of them, and then I gave them 1,000 eggs, and I think they were really confused. Okay, I think the way that like this actually works is that like there's a thingy here to where it connects to this, and then this like green thing is this, so it's kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's what's happened there. So let's do that. Actually, yeah, we'll just do that. And then that means, oops. Okay, there it is. So is that meant to be black then? Maybe it would help if I didn't actually draw over it. I think it's like a black rim. And then the inside part is just silver again. That's fine. And then it just means that this, oh, hang on. No, I want it to be silver. Am I still on the silver layer? Yeah, I am. It just means that this part of the void can be black as well. There we go. Oh, her shoes. Since her shoes are the same black as her dress, I think. Yeah. And luckily from this angle you can't see her heels anyway. Yeah, you can't see her heels. And I drew them as buttons, but I think they just like slide in buckles. But whatever, don't worry about it. And then we don't have to worry about her heel. And then the little like mark on her dress. It's the same mark that's on the tail. Well, same color anyway. Yeah, we'll just do that. I think that's, oh, it's her bows as well. I think her bows are the same, yeah, they're the same black as her harness, so I could just do, I just need to fucking find it. There we go. Just realized some of the silver bits aren't colored. That's the red, that's her hair, that's the harness, that's that. Luckily, I can just merge all the layers down afterwards, so it'll be less layers. It's just when I'm coloring, it's just easier to have it like in separate layers first, so that I at least know what I've colored and what I haven't. That's her tail that I forgot to color. Yeah, her tail would be there, I guess. Let's add an extra line. There we go. Tail, color that. And then it's just like little bits that I've missed. Right, where is the white? That's not the white, that's silver. White. There we go. Because I forgot the frills of her cuffs. These bits are also silver like this. Right. That's that. A collar. Wait. Well, how is her collar supposed to look? Ah, okay. So her collar is sort of like a mix between like her dress and the harness color. So this top rim, oops, will be this black color, and then this part will be, where the fuck the harness is? There it is. This one. There we go. So her, yeah, her eyes are there, so I'm just gonna color her mouth sort of like a similar color, and I think her lollipop was supposed to be red as well, so we'll just do that. Yeah. I also remembered her hair ties. I forgot, well, her hair clips, yeah, I forgot to fucking color those in. It's probably a good thing you're doing the story for 14 on a different character, because, you know, I'd end up following you around the giant Skrill glamour I have. Oh my god. Oh my god, just just imagining seeing that in the background. I mean, you could do that. It's not a secret as to which server I'm streaming on. Because last time Undead Ball like came around, and like he traded stuff with me. He gave me more glamour prisms so I could put the remaining stuff into my glamour dresser. But then like every corner I turned, he was just kind of there, and I was like, excuse you. And because I could see him, because he's on my friends list, so like every time it was just Undead Ball, and I was like, I turn away, and then Undead Ball again, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck? It was funny. But yeah, it's not a secret as to which server I'm on. You just need to catch me at the right times. Right. Where is the black of the thing? For scissors. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. It's this one. Okay, sweet. Color all this black. Okay, if I do it that way, I can't see the top of it. Okay, sweet. So that's actually a different black, but I'm just gonna do it all one black color. That one's supposed to be a red. And this, yeah, this little part here, that's meant to be silver. So it's meant to be silver. It's actually a lot more of a vibrant red. Yeah, the red that's on her like scissors are meant to be a lot more vibrant. So you know what? We'll grab the red that's here, and then we'll just, I don't even know what layer they're on. Fuck. So it's okay. So color that. Merge that down, because this thing at the top needs to be that, and then everything else is like a silver. Is that even on the right layer? That's the wrong layer. There we go. I think that's also meant to be a silver. Is that meant to be a silver? No, that's meant to be a black. Oh yes, the ice cream van. It's so loud. Have you seen it in some cutscenes? It's amazing. Seen what in cutscenes? Sorry, the chat is delayed slightly, so it's like sometimes I'll say something, completely forget what I say, and then chat like responds to it, and I'm like, what did I say 30 seconds ago? Right, yeah, there's all the flat colors done. So all I need to do now is, yeah, all I need to do now is sort of like merge everything down. So those two can stay in the same, on like their own layers. Her skin and her tights can be in the same layer because they're not touching. So let's hide all that. Ice cream man? Is he made of ice cream or something? No, he sells ice cream. He'll just go around in like, you know, his little ice cream truck and just sell ice cream. Okay, yeah, the silver can just all be in one layer. Then that's the black. It is touching the black of the dress, but it's the same shade of black, so whatever. That's her tail. That's the shears color. But you know, because they're both shark, they can be in the same thing. That can probably be merged, yeah, that can be merged down with the silver. That's that, and then that's the red. That could probably be merged, yeah, that could be merged with the red of her eyes and everything. And then that's like the grey. Can that be with the white? That can be with the white. No, I'll put it with the white. Yeah. Put this with the white. And then that's the black harness thing. I could put it, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it with this. There we go. Sweet. Cool. Now we can start shading her. Okay. I'm just trying to think of how I wanted to do the lighting. Have you seen it in subscribe? It's amazing. The scroll glam. I've seen it. Oh, what were we doing? I think we were doing a main scenario roulette, and all I saw was just this like big massive squirrel in the background, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Why? It's also weird the way that the Hrothgars like hunch over as well. It's just this burly big squirrel just in the background, and it's like, it's fucking terrifying. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this, bro? Oh jeez. Watch, one day I'm gonna like start streaming 14. You're not gonna say anything, you're just gonna show up in my stream and just like run around as this like massive squirrel in the background. I'll be like, what the fuck is that? I'll target you, and then I realize, oh shit, it's you. Fuck's sake, man. Right, yeah, as I was saying, I wanted to find where the light source is. So if she's... Basically, the way that I had the... Okay, what? Let's shove all that in a folder of its own. I shove all that into there, because that's like the sketch. Yeah, I can just go in there. Move that down, because the way that I have sort of the background idea was like, oh okay, the reason I have this box here is so like if I'm turning this Ellen into a print, then it has to stay within this rectangle, so that's the reason why that's there. But either way, if I'm doing a sort of like factory background-ish, this would be like the closest one, maybe. Either way, I don't need these anymore, so I can close them all down. Yeah. So I'm just gonna block out like what I want for the background. So like this could be like a rail thing, this could be like another column. It's cause basically like we're looking up at her kind of way. So we could add like a door here, because like I'm pretty sure like the first time you meet Victoria Housekeeping, you are sort of like in like an abandoned like factory-like place. Am I correct? I'm not sure. I've seen the cutscene, but I don't know what happened before the cutscene, if that makes sense. Yeah, we'll just do that. I imagined it'd be quite thin columns actually. Yeah, because we're not doing a full background, we're basically just doing a background enough to fill this rectangle. So if I do that, or at least do that or something, Well, once we finish Ellen, we'll do the background and everything. I just wanted to have at least like some idea of where the lighting would come from. If it's coming from behind her, then most of it would be in the shade. Bye, ice cream van. I'm just gonna do like a quick sort of like overlay. Yeah, so if it's coming from behind her, then like most of these things will be in the light. And like most of what's in front of her will be in the shade. Yeah, so most of this stuff will be in the shade. That will be in the light. I mean, that could work color-wise, or unless it's oops. I think my pen's dying. If it's coming from like underneath, so it's like this way. Sort of like maybe there's like lights here or something on the floor. Then all of this would sort of be like in the light, I guess. All that would be in the light, this part would be in the light. Like that, maybe? Because like then everything, yeah, everything else that's like up here or something, her eyes would like be in the dark, like this. Which makes her seem a bit more menacing. Like that. Like the frills, like this part of the frills would actually be in the light if the light's like coming from below. And then, yeah, this part would be like in the shade sort of thing if the light's below it. It's just I've been doing a lot of like illustrations where, well, that's a lie. It's just when I drew Amelia last time, most of the shading was like, yeah, most of the light source was coming from behind her, which means a lot of her front was in the shade. It's like, if I do that for Amelia now, that will also be like similar. I feel like we could do it like this. Yeah, we'll do it like this, and then we'll figure out what the background would look like. So let's hide the background. Let's do that. That's the line art. The best way to start shading, for me personally, is always the skin and the hair. I'll make sure to, yeah, I'll make sure... Oh wait. Oh. Right, yeah, that was something I was meant to do. I was meant to fix the coloring in some areas. So let's do that now, because it's not too difficult. It's just the little dots that's here and there. Luckily with the red, it's... Yeah. Thank you for food. Yeah, thank you. That was a lot of food. I have spaghetti bolognese. Sweet. I'm just gonna wait for it to cool down, but then I will be eating and drawing. That is something people will have to deal with on my stream, is that I do eat and stream and draw. I think some people choose not to eat on stream, but it's like, no, fuck you, I have a dinner time, and I will stick to that dinner time. And yeah, people will just have to fucking deal with it. Oops, that's the wrong black. It's still really hot. Now I've got hot food next to me, it's become even hotter. God damn it. Ugh. Throat. I don't think this has as many white bits. That's a lie. This bunch of... See, like, from afar, you can't tell. It's just when you're close up, and especially sometimes when you print it as well, you notice all these, like, tiny little spots. And I'm like, shit, it's just from where I didn't color in properly. Right, so there. These parts too. Yeah. There's part there. I just realized this part isn't drawn in properly. I don't know why. Why are you not drawn in? That must have just been my shabby line art. Right. That's the white. I can't see the white. I mean, with the white, it is harder to see, but also at this point of the colors, I can also just like block out the colors. Can't block out near... I can block it out here, but I can't block it out where her skin is. I need to sneeze. Eating on stream is fine by me. I don't give a fuck why I give a fuck. I eat as much as the next guy. I mean, like I think some streamers don't like eating on stream. You know, to sort of to keep the professionalism or something. I don't fucking know. I'm still, you know, getting used to what is quote-unquote acceptable in the streaming world, what's not, but also no one gives a shit. It's my stream, I get to do what I want, I guess. I don't know. And yeah. And then her I can go ham with her skin. I don't think there's as much bits. There's some like around her face. There we go. It just means that like most of it's like filled in, yeah. Right. Yeah, so if we're doing the light source from below, yeah, it just means that like I have different light source, like a different way to do the light source. Cause like if it's coming from behind her, there's not that much light but more shadows, and it's like that's difficult to do. So we will, yeah. I think what I can do afterwards is that if any of the colors are too saturated or something, I can always mess them around and stuff. Right. Whilst before I start actually shading, let's mix in my bolognese and let's have some food. It's gonna be like weird noises coming through the microphone, but no one cares. Everyone needs to eat. Oh, that's still kind of hot. Spaghetti bolognese with pasta. Well, with, yeah, spaghetti bolognese with sweet corn, that's what I wanted to say. Not with pasta. Ooh, that is still kind of hot. I have to wait for it to cool down a bit. Ugh. Sweet. Is her skin? Yeah, the actual shading is dark enough. On my screen, I can see that it's slightly darker. I just don't know how well, like how much darker. I don't know how to explain it. Like, yeah, but I think what I'm trying to say is that, like, on my tablet screen, which is what I'm using to draw on, it's only like a very subtle difference, and it's like I didn't know if that was enough shadow, but luckily, because I have OBS on in a different window and a different monitor, actually does look, you know, a bit significantly darker, which is what I want. So yeah. Yeah, so if we do that, and then like even if the light source is coming up from this way, it's only really going to be her chin that's going to be casting a shadow, not her neck. Yeah. Something like that. Then it's gonna be the same for her hand. The shadows are gonna be like underneath. Sorry, I'm just thinking back to Burly Big Squirrel. Just like showing up on my Final Fantasy. Yeah, I'm not scared, but I'm kind of scared. Just imagining this like big massive squirrel just showing up out of nowhere, stalking me in my stream. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so for her arm here, I imagine it would be like that, and like it, okay, yeah, and the light would basically be in this area here. And then for tights, because this leg is also behind her, it's not going to be as much light on it. Her tights, oh, I just realized, I think what I'll have to do is I just need to add an overlay for these parts instead of having them slightly darker. Yeah, because now they actually look a bit darker. There we go. It's gonna happen now. No. Bet next Sunday it just comes, and then you're just gonna show up randomly on my server. Why? You know, to be fair though, it's a good thing that I did put my streaming character on a different server. Because if I was to put it back on Spriggan, where, you know, my main account is, I wouldn't be able to have the name Mewa-Chu, because, you know, each server, unique name kind of thing. Oh, Sunday? Oh, I happened to not be at work that day. Oh no. Oh, you also have the streaming pings as well. Well, you can figure out what server I'm playing on. I'm not gonna tell you. It's not that hard to figure out though. It also especially like doesn't help because I have the actual server names. Like, you know, when you see the times in the corner next to like the mini map and stuff, you know, you have the in-game time, the server time, and like just the real life time and stuff. It also mentions what server you're on. I mean, it has to, because you need to know what server you're on to do stuff. So yeah. Either way, you can figure out what server I'm on. I'm just imagining now I'm gonna have to deal with this like big burly squirrel just harassing me. Actually no, you're not even gonna be harassing me, you're just gonna be like there in the background looking all menacing like. Oh, I dread this. I dread to experience that now. God damn it. No. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, luckily, if the light source is coming from down here, then it won't be too much shading, question mark. Let's add a slight gradient here actually though. That's too dark. There we go. It's very subtle, but slight gradient. Actually, I don't even need to add a gradient. Well, I did, but I didn't have to lower it that much. There we go. I will be in the background, the foreground, maybe when you come out of a cutscene the screen reveals squirrel, who knows. Well, either way, I guess I'll look forward to that on Sunday. Where am I in the story? I'm basically where the sylphs are. So I guess I'll just give you my location of where that character is. Yeah, so this is the second layer of shading. I don't think I'm gonna go like super detailed with Ellen's shading, mainly because most of her outfit is black. Oh, that's the wrong brush. So you won't be able to see too much of it anyway, especially like darker shading. So there's not too much point into adding like too much dark, like, you know, too many layers of shading and rendering, I guess. I need to get used to saying like rendering, because that's the industry term and it's how a lot of people like say it. I've always just said it as shading because that is essentially what I'm doing. But yeah. Because that's, you know, essentially what you're doing. You're adding the darker shades. And then, you know, you have the highlights and stuff. I've never really done like too heavy highlights. Some anime artists tend to do like, you know, really bright, colorful like highlights on a character, and it's like that's cool and all, and it makes their illustrations look like super bright and super poppy. But it's like it doesn't leave much room for adding more light on top. So it just means like making dynamic illustrations. It's a bit more, you know, it has to be like very light-hearted. You couldn't make them like, you know, super dark toned or anything. Time for more food. It's still really hot. No. Right, that is... yeah, that's the dark tones. And then I'll add the light tones. Yeah, I was pressing undo. I was like, what am I pressing? It's fine. Turns out I was pressing the right button. So let's blend that all out. Actually, let's add a quick gradient. So let's do that and then add another layer on top. Oh, actually. Yeah, just merge that overlay. Yeah, that's fine. I was just making sure that, like, because I merged it with the gradient I had it on the tights, I just wanted to make sure that, like, there's some subtle difference, and there is. It's, you can't, I don't think you can notice it too much, but it's, you know, a tiny bit extra. Right, her skin. Oh, her neck needs to not have that gradient. And then I just need to blend it out slightly. Yeah, so it's not as bright. There we go. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, no, wait. This is the layer I wanted. Like that. I imagine the shade would be something like that. Sort of like, you know, contour to how her jaw is and everything. There we go. See, I think, yeah, it's coming out as a white, but it's fine. We could just say it's like, you know, harsher lighting. And I imagine that's what, you know, the area she is in. It just has harsher lighting. If I airbrush it, yeah, it comes out a bit more softer. And then this one, unfortunately, can't be super harsh. No, needs to, yeah, if I blend it out with the water tool, I'm just gonna erase the light on this leg. I mean, that'll do. It's not like, you know, too super, actually no, that's a lie. The highlight on the tights is just a bit too bright. That'll do. Well, I'm gonna chill with stream on in the background whilst I go level my last 4 classes on 14. That is absolutely fine. Thank you for talking in the chat though. I will continue here to ramble to myself as well as eat food. And yeah, have fun leveling those 4 classes. You should probably level up your crafters, maybe, I don't know. You could also, you know, donate your stupid amounts of gil to me so I can spend it all on stuff I don't need. You could also go and decorate your house. You just fucking left it to rot and gather dust. No. No. I didn't actually progress my house. You did? Well, when I'm done streaming, whenever that is, I need to log on to 14 to do stuff anyway. But yeah, I will have a look. Right, because of that, there, I'm gonna select her face and then sort of like add a... Oh, it's because it's an overlay, that's not gonna work. Okay. That's also not what I wanted. I could just... No, that's an overlay as well. I can't do that. It's just to sort of make her look a bit more menacing. Yeah, because now she looks a bit more menacing. This is probably like, you know, not as Ellen. Maybe, I don't know. She's pretty strong. She can look cute, but also look menacing at the same time, right? Can you pass some of that bolognese to me? Just shove it through the screen. No, it's mine. It's yummy food that Ray's made for me. You can't have any of it. It's also still kind of hot though. If there's any left over, then maybe. Is there mushroom in this? Oh, there is mushroom in this. That's fair, because the mushroom needed eating anyway. No. I'm just getting fucking bolognese sauce all over me. Right. That is her skin done. I'm gonna do her hair next. Right, so what I need to do is shove that in a folder. Ignore the red for now, because then I can color the black. Yeah, because now, that's why like I tend to like coloring the skin first, because that's, you know, it's three-dimensional. And then, because clothes can always change. And clothes shift in like so many different directions sometimes that it's really hard to like tell what's in the light, what's not. But with the skin, it's kind of like, you know, you're not gonna grow extra wrinkles or stuff overnight. Or like, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to... I don't know what I'm trying to say. Fine, I'll fly to Europe. I mean, if you're able to get to Europe, then sure. I'll get you some bolognese. But for now, no. It's my food. You can't have any of it. What's funny, I've just had, like, because I still have Zenless open, I just have the, like, the Zenless music just playing in the background. And it's like, it's nice background noise, actually. It's the type of background noise that you can listen to for hours and it not get like, you know, too like super frustrating and irritating to listen to. Because you know how like some soundtracks or like, yeah, some games will have like background noise and it just gets on your nerves like after a while. Luckily I've had this screen on for ages. And it's not been, like, you know, too harsh on my ears. It's just nice, chilled background noise. Right, so, yeah. That's that. And then I can add just one more layer of black. And then I can always add the highlights on, and then I can like deal with the red. There is a much easier way for me to color in the red, but that's, you know, not how I do things. I must make everything needlessly complicated for myself. Right, with the way that her hair is here near her hair clip, I think that, yeah, this whole part just has to be in black. Actually no, it just looks like too much. There we go. See, on my screen it just the first layer of black, it doesn't look that like dark, but in OBS it actually is a bit darker. So yeah. Wait, did I actually not shade this part? What the hell? Actually, no, I did. Yeah, I did. It's just not very noticeable. You know what? Do that a bit darker. Yeah, there we go. And then at least this is still dark enough to so I don't have to change it. Right, pen. Please stop dying on me. I have 2 pens, but like occasionally I think they either run out of battery or they'll just stop working on my tablet, and I'm like, why? I have 1 pen that really holds the charge, and that's the good pen. But when that dies, I have to let it charge, and then I have to use the not so good pen, and then it's like that one, the pressure sensitivity is a bit different. You know, it's for the same tablet, but it just, the sensitivity occasionally is like you have to press harder in order to build up more pressure, and it's kind of a bit annoying, but it's not too super you know, not manageable or anything. Yeah, so it's actually a that underneath. There we go. Add all the highlights to her hair. I like coloring hair. I think when it comes to coloring, I just don't like coloring clothes. Clothes can be annoying. Hair is actually really fun to color though. Right, so that's all done. So I need that again. Copy that, shove that in there. Copy that, shove that in there. And copy that, shove that in there. I don't think I actually needed that. Oh no, I did. Okay. Okay, so let's unclip all of this. Let's start with that. That's the highlight, so that needs to be that color. Change that, merge that. That is the first part of the shading. Wait. That's not that actually dark. Yeah, that's not even that dark. I need to... There we go. That's a bit better. And then that needs... Wait. Yeah. Merge that. And now I can clip all this back down. There we go. Yeah. My house on 14 is still far from finished. I need a lot of stuff from Gold Saucer, and I still need other things in general, but it's a lot progressing at the moment. I mean, yeah, decorating houses in 14 take a while, but it's not like, yeah. You definitely have the gil to do it, but if you say you need stuff from Gold Saucer, then yeah, you're gonna have to save up MGP to do that. How much MGP do you have, out of curiosity? No. No. There's still a lot of bolognese. I've been eating more of the spaghetti than the bolognese. So that's an oopsie on my part. Right, let's get back to Ellen. That's the red. Yeah, the red's only like a bit. Look at her eyes. I can literally just do them on one layer. I used to draw eyes, actually, yeah, I used to draw them like way too big and then have them be like, not like super heavily shaded. I've never actually changed the way that I've shaded or like colored eyes. It's just I don't have to put them as much detail anymore, especially from afar because you can't see anything. 642k, but I need the different gold saucer attractions that are like 300k each. Is that how much they are? Fucking hell. And then you do like a triple triad board, etc. Basically making the top floor a gold saucer room. Oh, okay. I didn't realize those attraction things were like 300k each. It's still a lot of like mini games you'll have to do in gold saucer to get all that though. I still find it so funny how, like, you know, you started the game on the free trial and then the moment that you went to gold saucer, you just never left. You just stayed in there until you finally got that Fenrir mount. I've got the hiccups. I'm dying. With her lollipop, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna do like, you know, just cell shadedness. But that's cause, yeah. That's cause I'm lazy. Do. No, it wouldn't be shaded there. It's also because, like, you know, with it being a lollipop, it's kind of glossy. So different parts of it will have different kinds of shading, I guess. It's also with it being so small as well. You won't be able to see from too far away how it's actually shaded. But if I do like cell shading, then at least it looks a bit more defined. You know what, I'm gonna do the same with her tongue and her mouth as well. Yeah, Fenrir amount before I actually pay my sub, but they were like golds. But yeah, they're like 6 gold saucer items for 300k each. So how much do you need? 1,500,000? Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, knowing you though, you'll get it. You'll get them all, and then, you know, next time I go visit your house, you'll just have all this shit, and it's like, why? I mean, what? I think... No, that's too dark. Let's airbrush it. Yeah, airbrush it out. There we go. I think the inside of her mouth needs to be a more darker color. Yeah, like that. There we go. Tail touching? How lewd. Yeah, that's the reason why Ellen doesn't want you to touch her tail. See, she's giving you like, how dare you touch me eyes. So she's ready for death. Right. So we will, yeah. So with the way that I've done the shading now, technically the eyes and the lollipop is all on one layer, but everything else might have to be on different layers. So I'm just gonna mix up what order of colors they are on, because that's how I'm, yeah, that's just me being weird. Right, with it coming, the way that I said the light source was that it was kind of like here and here. So if that's the case, here, sort of like there, yeah. Might need to, okay, not here. So it would be like here. Maybe because like this is underneath the shadow, I guess? I don't know. It'd be like that maybe. Yeah, something like that, and then I can just blend it out. So like that. Blend that out. There we go. Now my back. I'm dying. Right, so if that's like that, I imagine even though I've shaded this part, I imagine this part would still also be in the shade, because that's what's facing the bottom. Yeah, so like blend that out, something like that. Yeah. And then I could probably just, with how small the pieces are of the red, I could probably just get away with like one or two, yeah, just one layer of shading maybe. Why pen? Why are you doing this, bro? Please don't do this. Oh, actually, maybe I'll have to do two. I don't know. So do that, blend that out. And then I can blend that up. There we go. Yeah, and then it's this part. Yeah, so like everything else that's not in the light will have to be in shadow. Just need to blend some parts out, some parts can remain like flat, I guess. I don't know. Like that. Yeah. There we go. Let me just do that. Okay, I think with this part of the weapon, I will have to add just one more layer. It's not gonna be like loads of shading anyway. Just little bits to add here or there. Yeah, I could probably just get away with doing it with the pen brush. Just to add a bit of definition here and there. There we go. Right. Oh yeah, and down here as well. Let's blend this part out. That is not what I meant to do. Oopsie. I think I'm gonna have to do that part again. There we go. Blend it out, blend it out. There we go. Yeah. I think actually it's a bit too harsh of a line there. Yeah, so that needs to be blended out and this side needs to be blended out. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Her tail slash... Oh, okay, it's the harness part. Let's hide all those. That look Ellen is giving is the look I got for most of my teens. What, the resting bitch face? Let's see. 1.8 mil in MGP, but then also like 100 in smaller items, so I'd say call it 2 mil. Do you have the 4 mil mount that you get? Was it... I don't remember what it was. Was it a Sabatender? I think you have it. I mean, I'd be surprised if you don't have it, of how much you spend on 14. But yeah. I'm just trying to think now. So like, with... Yeah, with her harness, I think with how... Because of how small and detailed it is, and with how little space there is for tons of shading, I think I'm gonna have to just... I'm just gonna airbrush most of it, and then I'll pen brush... yeah, I'll just pen in some of the shading. For the harness anyway. With the tail, we'll actually shade it properly. So... do that. So there's 2 mil in Sabatender, but 4 mil airship. Oh, is that what it is? The airship mount? I have none of the gill mounts, but Zio, I'd be surprised if he doesn't have any of the gill mounts. I think we were talking about it yesterday, and Zio mentioned that like he has some... Well, he doesn't have all the minions, or the mounts. Maybe? I don't know. He definitely doesn't have all the minions. Because he has enough gil to get the copycat bulb, at least. And, you know, he could just have it, but he was like, oh, I don't want to spend money, on something I wouldn't use, which is fair. But at the same time, it's like, you have so much money, bro. You could easily make that up again. I have the 50 mil Namazu mount. Yeah, but you actually use that because you love the Namazu. Yeah, so even though the shading looks a bit harsh, or like the highlights looks a bit harsh, that's also just how like level works when it comes to like reflecting light and stuff. And then I will use this and just sort of like add the shading in this way, because then at least, you know, it looks a bit harsher, and it is a bit harsher, if that makes sense. I don't know. Speaking of Namazu, maybe I need to stalk the other character in the Namazu outfit instead. You're gonna stalk me in like every single stupid mascot costume that the game offers. Watch, I'll turn around and then like I'll see you in the squirrel, and then like I'll be in another part of the map to get away from you, and you'll be there in like the Namazu costume. You'll just be there, just popping like every single corner. I'm dreading this now. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to give you the idea. No. Fuck. Ugh. That's. I think that's the reason why you shouldn't speak as you're eating, because you almost choke on your food. Oh my god. Yeah, see, even though like it's not, I think I need to, yeah, I think I need to blend some of this part out. But it's not super, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, even though we cell shaded the shadows for the leather, but it looks okay, especially from afar. You can't even tell, because like the lines especially, they're gonna stay as black, so any more like black that I add on top, see if I did this, you can't, you can't even notice it. Even an OBS isn't picking it up. So it's fine if we leave it like as harsh shading. And he'll be playing off the brand Jules theme. Fucking goddammit. Perfect timing. I was just gonna make space in my glamour dresser plates and had the idea of what to do with them yet. I also just got spare dies too. This is brilliant. No. No. I didn't mean to give you the stupid fucking ideas. I mean, at least it'll make my stream a bit interesting when I have this like big Namazu and like squirrel following me. Ugh. Watch, you're gonna do the stupid elephant next. Oh no, I just remembered your giant stupid chicken costume. That was dyed black as well. Oh my fuck. God, I just remembered that screenshot where it was you and Ian just both wearing your stupid chicken costumes, and I was a potato, and I'm streaming as a potato. Namazu, squirrel, pink chicken, chocobo, tomberry. Oh. Just everything. Just everything. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Is that what the whole next stream is just gonna be? Just you stalking me at these like giant mascots? Fucking goddammit. Ugh. Yeah, luckily with the black, I don't need to do too much shading, because you can't tell. There we go. Oh, I should at least shade these parts. There we go. Right, this part I don't want to add. I was gonna shade this whole thing like this darker black, but then it's like you wouldn't be able to see any of it. So I'm just gonna add a bit, not too like stupid amounts. Right, so luckily with this side there's not much to there. Oh. There we go. Yeah. So see, from afar, like, you can't really tell too much. You can obviously see the highlights and the shading. I didn't have to go like super detailed with the shading. Maybe it would have been better if, like, you know, airbrushed it out or something. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. It looks fine the way it is. Yeah. Oh hell yeah, I'll stalk you. Please can no one clip that out of context because I realize how wrong that sounds. I'm gonna clip it out of context. How dare you imply that you'll stalk me? It's not like I know where you live. Right. Oh yeah, shit. I was gonna color her tail. Okay. Alright, I'll do the tail on a separate layer. Right. Yeah, her tail would be like sort of like illuminated here, and then everything else would be in black. Or like in the shade and stuff. So let's actually blend out the one that's on her fin. Because it's kind of like a sort of like a flat surface kind of thing. I'm just looking at it now. So like I believe in her reference picture it was like it's like a different color tail, but I'm just looking at her in game and it just looks like the same black as her hair and her dress. So I might be worth to actually change the color slightly. So let's select her tail. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Right, and I actually have to change the hue, not just the brightness. What the fuck is it? Hue. Yeah, because at least it's just like the same color-ish. Does that mean... No, I could probably keep the highlight this color. Yeah, I'll keep the highlight the same color. I'll do the base sort of like shading. Sort of like on the same layer. And then I can just layer stuff on top. Right. Do. Yeah, because it's a 3D object. And it's, you know, a tail of... Yeah. Okay, that will do. That's the wrong... Okay, I need to actually add this on a different layer. There we go. Yeah, because if I airbrush it out, then at least, you know, there's a lot more definition of it being like, not a tube, but you know, sort of like an actual 3D object, I guess. I think that's what I'm trying to say. It's not even been like 3 hours. Oh, it has been 3 hours. Okay. I was really confused because I was like, oh, it's not been 3 hours yet. Why am I getting so tired? No, it has been 3 hours. And I forget how long drawing actually takes me. I mean, luckily the rendering's not too done, like not too far. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that, like, luckily rendering is almost done-ish. I've only got essentially like her dress, the silver, and the white to color. And then with the background, I said I was gonna do like a much more simple background and stuff. So, you know, the main thing I wanted to get colored was Ellen anyway. So you know what? We will hide all the layers that I've already shaded. So this is what her shading looks like so far. And then there we go. Yeah, she looks pretty so far. Ugh. Ugh. No. You know, even if I don't finish the bolognese, luckily I can always just put some cling film on top of it and just save it for tomorrow. So I think that's what I might do because it's quite a big bowl. But yeah, luckily Ellen's almost coloured. Then obviously I'll figure out background and stuff. A part of me really wants like a cup of tea, but I know if I have any more tea, especially if I don't have lactose-free milk, I'm just gonna be sick before I go to bed. So you know, best off not making myself sick. So yeah, anyway, chocolate goes back into the packet. I can put that bowl there, and now I have access to my keyboard again. Sweet. Oh. Oh. That was a loud burp. I don't know if the microphone actually picked that up or not. Which is funny. I don't think I've actually done a big burp like that on screen for like, well, on stream for a while. I've only done like little burps. So that was fun. Anyway, yeah. Time for the skirt, well, for the dress. It did. Well, shit. It probably blew off all of the ears of people who were watching. If it did, sorry not sorry. I was sat in a weird position, and yeah. I mean, to be fair, anyone who knows me knows that I burp a lot. I think that was one of the first things my mother-in-law complained about, was just my burping. But then again, it wasn't like I wasn't taught any manners growing up, because I was, because all my mom, like my mom was also like, oh, like you need to stop burping so much and stuff, and it's like I can't help that I'm naturally just very burpy. Anyway, we will shade that. Oh wait, if it's... Yeah, I was gonna say, if the light's coming up from this way, like underneath here would have highlights. Whatever. I think it's gotten to the time of day where it's like, you know what, I just want it to be done. But no, I'm still gonna take care when shading stuff. It's just shading with light it can be frustrating. I think that's why, like, whenever I'm doing illustrations from like myself and stuff, I don't really care too much about the lighting. I'm just like, I just want to draw cute things, and so I draw cute things. It's also how like I'm able to finish so much, because then you can just throw like, you know, all artistic theory out the window and like fundamentals and stuff and just draw cute things. Right, there's not gonna be too much light on these things. There'll be like highlights and stuff at the bottom, but not so much the top. Right. And then with the way that I had her skirt, it was gonna be like this part, and then this was supposed to be in the shade, kinda. But what I need to do is sort of do this. Like that, yeah. hearing dogs being like so loud. I don't know why. I find that like some of our neighbors just leave their pets out for hours, and I don't understand why. Like, surely, like, you'd want your pet to be like, you know, nice and cozy in the house, but no, this neighborhood just seems to like leaving their pets outside. And it's like that's, you know, the main reason why we don't let Max outside, because we just, yeah, we don't like leaving him out alone for hours. He's also quite an anxious cat, so we just don't want him. It's not that we don't want him to socialize, because we do. It's just when it comes to he's very skittish around dogs, for one thing, and he's we can't close the door on him because he panics and he just wants to be let, like, you know, get back out in the house and stuff. So you open the door, either he'll be sat at the door staring into the wilderness, and it's like, do you want to go out or do you want to stay in? So you close the door and then he meows again and it's like, I want to go out, meow 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 meow. So you open the door again and he just stare out, but like, you know, then he's outside, and then you close the door on him, and then he immediately starts scratching at the door as if he wants to be let back in. And so you open the door and he just looks at you and it's like, what do you want? Do you want to come back in, or do you want to be let out, like, stay outside? No, he just wants the comfort and the knowledge to know that he can come back in at any time. But in this neighborhood, especially with what we found out about, like, the car honking and stuff, yeah, we don't feel safe leaving the door open for people just to see us, like, you know, see that the door is open and stuff. If the way that the doors work, for some reason, like the front door and the quote-unquote back door are on the same side of the house, and it's like, so it's not like we can just leave the back door open when no one can access it, because people can see both the doors, and so it's kind of like, you know, they can see into the house and everything if you leave the door open. Yeah, they have a gate, and like some of our neighbors leave, you know, their doors open and stuff, but we just don't feel comfortable enough to do that yet. Right, so that's her shoes. Her weapon here, I'm not gonna worry too much about sort of like shading it too much, because really I'd want like more highlights to be in this like area. Okay, this part is incorrect. Yeah, let's blend it out. There we go. Yeah, blend that out. And then, yeah, because once I add the highlights and stuff, it'll look a bit better. It's just at the moment, because it's like, it's all black, it just looks like a black blob. You can tell I'm shading it, but at the same time it's like, it's so dark that it's kind of like, what am I looking at? I think it's like, yeah, clothes is like not something I like coloring, because especially when you have like massive chunks of, you know, just fabric like this, it's like, how are you folding? How are you like contorting and stuff? I don't like thinking about how the clothes are like actually creasing and folding, or like fluttering in the wind and bullshit. It's like, ugh. I have to use my head to figure out all this. It's pretty sure. Oh, she actually has a line. Okay, I'll add that in afterwards. I just realized she has like a seam line over her boobs, so I will I'll add that in a bit later, because I'll add that into the line art. Yeah, luckily with line art as well, I don't have to color stupid amounts, because the majority of her outfit is black, and when it's black, I tend to leave the line art color anyway. Like, I you know, I don't color black, or like super dark colors. Right. Yeah, with everything else, even if like it's not super shaded with the black, the focus of the black is gonna be the highlights anyway. So that. There we go. And now I can do the highlights. So let's do that. Get the airbrush. Right. With the shoes. I don't even know how I'm coloring the shoes. It's also like not too bright, so I can't see shit. Yeah. Blend that out. Yeah, I think with the way, because the light source is like coming from like this side as well as this side, it's gonna show on this side. So if I just blend this part out, maybe make a donut of light. There we go. Yeah, I guess that works. Let's blend it out slightly. There we go. It is a donut of light. Yeah, whatever. That'll do. It's not entirely correct, but whatever. Yeah, and then this is the same with how I did the leather. I'm just gonna add highlights that should not be there. That is me and my shabby shading. Right. Yeah, we'll do that mainly because I feel like it sort of like curves outwards. Alright. Yeah, I have to actually have to shade this in properly. There we go. Like that. I think I'll have to like sort of like lower the opacity or like blend it out a bit more and stuff. Right. Add a bit more there. Add a bit more there. Do that. And then I'll have to blend this part up. And then actually, if I just lower the opacity. Yeah. And then also I could add a sort of like a lighter tone myself. I'm just trying to think of how I would actually shade her boobs. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. I think actually, yeah, I'll have to like blend it out slightly, like that. There we go. Blend it out slightly. That'll do. I don't remember what art stream I've got scheduled next week. Let me just double check. I think as far as I remember, I'm either drawing wait. I think I'm drawing a Ludicolo next week. Or maybe I'm drawing something else. Live. What am I streaming next week? Oh, I'm drawing Miku, and then Ludicolo is the stream after. And then after that is gonna be Zio. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just trying to remember like what I was like what I've actually scheduled. Because with art streams, even though I sort of scheduled them way in advance, they can always change. I think it's only like when it's like, you know, popular characters, then people will be like, hey, like I thought you were gonna draw this episode. I think nah, not that anyone cares. If I do end up changing the stream or like changing my schedule, I do always try to tell people like, hey, I've changed it, just so you're aware and stuff. I don't know. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's just her weapon. I know she has like ties that's on this part of her like scissors. I think I will add them. I'll just add them later. Question mark? No, I'll add them now. Oops. No, I will have it on the separate layer just to make it easier. I just did a bigger upgrade on the top floor of my house, tried to make it feel more like Gold Saucer. I will check it out after the stream. Because I plan to go on 14 to do a bit more decorating. I redecorated my private house, by the way. I don't know if you want to go check. Right, okay, so that's that. Where is the red? This is the red. Yeah, luckily with this part of the handle, or like the, sorry, the weapon, I can just, I'm just gonna add sort of like cell shaded. Actually no, I'll do this. It basically just needs to match the shading that I've already done on the black, because it's essentially, you know, essentially the same part of it and stuff. So long as it doesn't like interfere with anything else, then it should be fine. There we go, like that. Yeah. That's her hair, that's the red. That's the harnesses, that's the dress. Oh, on the dress I forgot is, wait, oh no, that's, oh okay, that's on this layer. I think. No, I did forget something, okay. It's cause I've got the blade basically on the layer where her tail was. So we will, it's quite, yeah, since it's quite a big flat object, we'll just do simple shading. Apart from this thing. We actually have to try a bit for this thing. If I remember as well, this is also like a 3D object thing. Actually, with it being a 3D object, we'll bring out the cell shading again. There we go. There we go. Then sort of like, you know, blend that out slightly. Yeah. There we go. I think with this part of the blade though, I'm gonna have to sort of like take it away. Add a bit of light. Yeah, there we go. Sort of like that. Do that with this side as well. There we go. Do I need to add a bit more light? Actually, yeah, I do. Fuck. Wait, why was the light and the, for some reason on the tail, the light and the first layer of the shading is on the same layer. Oh well. No, that's not working because it's on the same layer. However, that actually works to my advantage. So we'll do that. We'll add just a slight airbrush. There we go. Yeah. Right, so that's the blade. That's her dress. Yeah, I think because I've not like super heavily rendered it, she still looks like, you know, fully shaded and everything. Just not as like super heavily rendered as I usually have it. But that's fine. You know what, we're also gonna add a bit of a highlight here. Yeah. There we go. Now it's just the white and the silver. The silver, I'm just gonna do it all in one layer. I think I can do it all in one layer. I might have to do it in 2 layers, but it's just gonna be like, you know, not super shaded. I basically just need to do the white for the highlights, and then the shading, I wasn't planning on adding too much to it and stuff, so. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's gonna go like that. Something like that. Yeah. I think I need to use the brush for this actually. Not just the airbrush. I think depending on where the shading is, I'll just use the pen brush. For the majority of it though, it's, yeah, I'm not gonna have like too detailed shading, mainly because once you zoom out, you can't tell. I've been learning not to add like super detailed, because this is at 100%. This is the actual like canvas size. It is absolutely huge. It's like, yeah, it's 6,000 pixels by 6,000, which is a very huge canvas. But I just like drawing at this scale because it just gives me a bit more like leeway when it comes to like doing stuff. But when you print it out, and especially when you're posting it online, I don't tend to post super you know, high res stuff online, mainly because, you know, once you have the high res you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. So I tend to only post like low res versions along with my watermark. Yeah. but giving myself like much more canvas space to work with just gives like frees me up to sort of however I want to color, or like however I want to draw and render. But also, like, you know, if I'm gonna be making merchandise or something, I can you know, I could just sort of like splice it up. That is the wrong layer. Oh, you was on the wrong layer this whole time. What the fuck? Right. Delete that. Put that back. That can just be that black. There we go. My jaw hurts. I don't know why. You also weren't where I was meant to color you. Right. Why? Okay, you weren't the fully white shading that I wanted. Like that. Yeah. Then do that. I'm still surprised these like spiky things near her chin doesn't just like stab her. Cause like wouldn't it go on like accidentally go under her chin at some point and like just stab her in the chin? Okay, it wouldn't, because of her hand, it wouldn't have too much shading here, so that can just be like that. Yeah. Just add a bit of highlights there. And then with this part being so far away from the light source, it's not gonna get too much shading, so I could just be a bit more like, you know, subtle with the light. And then it has to be like heavily, not heavily, rendered out, but yeah. Right. Yeah, that's the light then. Add another layer. Okay, with that part, I need to see this. Trying to design sort of like a prize corner in my sort of like gold saucer room. Prize corner, you could always put a sort of like one of the trader guys there. Maybe the one wearing like the butler suit or a maid dress, and then have like just a counter there, maybe. And maybe just like, I don't know, some, you know how like in arcades they'll have like, you know, the place where you go to collect your prize, and they'll have the prizes behind them as well. You could probably like just put one of the not minions, but you know, the miniatures of some of like the Alexander miniature. You could probably put some of those behind there. Okay, with this part, that because it's such a small item, I'm just gonna cell shade it. Yeah. And then most of this silver part I could probably just cell shade. It's to give it that sort of like metallic feel. You know, with the harsh like shading and like lights and stuff. I don't know. As I said, it's not 100% perfect. I'm also lazy. But it works. Do that, do that. Yeah. Okay, this part is actually in the dark. That part is there. Yeah, and then with these parts, because it's just because of how intricate the detail is, probably just cell shade it all. Might need to be a bit darker. There we go. I think with the way that I've done the shading, it looks a bit like, some of it's going to be like warmer hues, some of it's going to be darker hues, but it's fine. We'll be adding a bunch of, knowing me, I usually add like a bunch of filters on top, and yeah, that's how we're going to justify like all of the different like color temperatures and stuff. Because I am great. I'm not. Do that, do that. You know, I feel like I should definitely go out and get some photo paper. I might do that on Friday. Literally the day before the convention. Actually no, I feel like I should do that at least tomorrow, because then I have a bit more time to prepare for the convention. Oh, okay, I was really confused. I was like, how come there's no shading on the bow when I actually, like, you know, I made sure to actually have shading on the bow. It's because I've hidden the layer. Right. Do that, do that. Yeah. Yeah, even with the silver, I don't think, especially with how detailed everything is, I don't think I need to have the shading like super detailed. Just so long as you can tell that it is shaded, it's fine. The question is, should I play Final Fantasy afterwards or should I play Zenless? With Final Fantasy, I've done the story. The only reason I'd go on it is for like, you know, to decorate my house and to make, you know, just everything look pretty. And so yeah, I think at the moment I'm just decorating my house again. But with Zenless, it's a new game. It's content to do and stuff. I'm just lazy to do content sometimes. I'll see how I feel. I'm almost done though. Well, with the... yeah, with the silver. Then I've got the white to do. Right. Yeah, with this part, it's gonna mostly be in the shade. Did I not add shading onto this part? How could I? There we go. Yeah. And then, yeah, this headdress thing is like, it's way too, it's not like, you know, there's no light on it or anything, but it's really high up compared to like everything else, especially if it's coming from like directly underneath her, so it's not gonna get that much light. But it's still shiny. Oh. Damn it, a part of my brain is like, oh, maybe the silver is a bit too light of a silver, because I'm looking at the game now and it's like, it's a bit of a like darker, dingier gray. But you know what, we're gonna ignore it. It's gonna stay silver. Let's have a look what she looks like so far. Without the shading on the white, she looks alright. I mean, luckily with the white, all I have to do is the gray shading. She's not gonna, oh, actually, I was gonna say she's not gonna have like much light, because it's already white, but now I just feel like, especially with the area that she's gonna be standing in, she's gonna that white isn't going to be a stark white. It's going to be like at least a sort of like a grey colour. So you know what? Oopsie, that's not what I meant to do. Right. Yeah, I'm going to have to change the white to a darker... I mean, yeah, just that grey of a colour. That'll do. And then I can at least add a sort of like a white onto the edges of the frills and stuff. That's not even fully coloured in, what the hell? Damn it. There we go. It's not going to be too super noticeable, but it at least gives something. I think if anyone were to zoom in at this, they'll be like, oh, okay, some of these parts are like nicely shaded. And then they're like, wait, why is this part like just cell shaded due to my laziness? And to that I say, yeah, I was lazy. Deal with it. do. Yeah, there we go. Do. Would she even have a highlight on her headdress? Probably would. That's not what I meant to do. I was meant to use the airbrush. That'll do. I'm just gonna realize. I see. I wanted to do it all with all cell shading, but unfortunately, on these bigger parts, like her apron and some of the frills, you're gonna be able to see all the pen marks. You're just gonna see all like the harsh shading and stuff. So you know what? I'll be good. I'll actually shade it in properly. Okay. Yeah, with the way that she's standing as well, or like with the way that everything is, you're gonna see a bit more shading in these areas especially. I just feel like it's not dark enough. That's not dark enough. Oh, my back! I'm fucking old. Ugh. Do. What time is it? It is 8 o'clock. Huh, this is almost a 4-hour stream. Do. Why is there just a random line here? Whatever. Yeah, I might need to add another layer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to add another layer. As much as I didn't want to because I'm lazy, it'll just make it pop a bit more. Right. My jaw kind of hurts. I don't know why. Oh, I think it's my wisdom tooth. My wisdom tooth has started to like hurt a bit again, but it's not like too super uncomfortable. I mean, it's a bit uncomfortable, but it's not like painful levels, you know? I probably just need to brush my teeth. Right. So yeah, with the eyes I can just leave it as it is rather than like heavily rendering it a bit more. There we go. And then with the inside of her cuffs, I'm just gonna cell shade them. I'll shade out the proper bits outside, but inside, I don't know, it just depends on where I'm shading actually. There, yeah. Alright. So there, and then where is the skirt? Yeah, now with the pockets I'm gonna have to deal with in a bit. It's just with the apron, I wanted it to at least be in the same sort of like direction the dress shading is going. So yeah. Right. If I do that, yeah, if I use the airbrush, then at least it'll be a bit more seen rather than the like the brush, because sometimes the brush like works really well, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends. I don't know why it does it, but yeah, that is the sound of a toilet. Right, this part of her skirt, and just follow it there. There we go. Oops. There we go. Yeah, and then the bottom, like underneath her skirt, I'm just gonna cell shade it. Along with like any insides of the frills. I feel like at this part of the stream, I'm always a bit more quiet. I think it's because, like, you know, I'm getting to the end of it. I want it to be done. And I also run out of things to talk about. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just sometimes with the brush, it just makes it harder to shade. I don't know why. With the airbrush, it's just a bit too airy like sometimes. I think it would help if I like, you know, raise the opacity or like the density a bit more. Actually, let's do that. I think sometimes, you know, I just want like this subtle shaded texture. So yeah. Okay. Let's just add one more layer and then I can do the underside of her tail and like these little like scar marks and stuff, and then that would be all of Ellen done. Or like all of Ellen shaded. And then, as I said, I was gonna do sort of like an abandoned factory background, but I wasn't gonna make it like super detailed or anything. Right. Yeah, with at this point, it's like you can't really tell too much of the shading, so I'm just gonna cell shade it all. Maybe? I think I will have to like airbrush, or like at least brush some of it out. I think it was also like this main reason that because I used to use the brush for like almost everything, that it used to take me so long to finish everything. Like just finish illustrations in general. Yeah, I still finished them really fast. But you could definitely tell in like, you know, comparing the beginning to the end of like when I would get a bit lazy with artwork. And it's the reason why I developed like 2 different coloring styles, like, you know, the cell shaded with the blend modes like is my like basic coloring style, compared to this coloring style, which is more my usual. It's just to save me on like time, and also to save my effort, because like the basic coloring that I have, that takes half the time, and sometimes it can be a bit faster. What takes me the longest is usually the line art anyway. Talk about cat girls, cute cat girls. I mean, cute cat girls are cute. Always cute cat girls. Oh, speaking of cat girls, I do have a character called Tabitha, who is a cute cat girl, and she's very cute. She's very soft, and she just wants the best for everyone. I need to develop her story a bit more, but she's an adorable little calico. She's quite tall. She's basically a cat version of Toast, but not as like hyper or energetic. And it's the whole reason why I made her, because it started off with an Instagram story of like ask me anything about my OCs or something, and someone asked like, oh, if Toast and Natto weren't squids, what animals would they be? And I was like, if I made them for like my actual stories, they would probably be cats. And then I was like, I drew them as they would look like, you know, in my world and stuff. And I was like, oh, I could actually just make these you know, characters in my world. And, you know, their story is different from Toast and Natto's, but it's, you know, the main key elements of Toast and Natto's stories, so like the communication, love, and trust, that's also in Tabitha and Nathaniel's story. So yeah, I need to develop it a bit more, but it's also the time and stuff, and just like thinking of story ideas. There's been so many story ideas like floating around in my head at the moment that it's like I need to actually sit down and take some time to organize it. I just feel like I've been so busy and been so stressed with just life in general, that it's kind of like I haven't had time to do so. It's like even now I'm only finding time to play games again. The whole last month has just been like, you know, art, job hunting, and then like dying in bed. But it's also like I'm just finding myself less motivated. I fucking hate summer. It's not even just the heat, it's just my depression gets really bad during summer, and it's like, you expect me to be productive during summer, like who the fuck do you think you are, kind of like mentality. And it's like I've not been as motivated to work on stuff. Like today I feel like I've been drawing all day. So like even though at the moment, you know, I've only been drawing Ellen on stream, I've technically been drawing since like, I don't know, 12 today, and it's like almost 9. And that's because I was working on Toast and Natto's comic, because I was working on chapter 1. And it's like I managed to line out 2 more pages. And it just means that I have a few more to go. But it's like I've been working on that since since at least March. That I've been like, you know, because that's when I released Toast and Natto's like prologue chapter. And so it's kind of like there's a lot of stuff to do. It's just finding the motivation to do it all. And it's also just trying to fit everything in my head and also trying to remember it all. I don't know, there's just been a lot. It's been a lot to think about. It's also like when I have to deal with, you know, home personal life situation, it's kind of like, ugh, I don't want to do anything else for the rest of the day. My brain's already fried, and yeah. There's so much I want to work on. It's just... if I didn't have to worry about, like, financial situation, then yeah, it would be fine. But no. It's just... life has thrown a curveball in my face, and it's like, no, you can be poor. You can risk not having your car anymore, and it's like, ugh, fuck. I'm really close to just listing all of my, like, anime figures for sale, because it's kind of like they're stuck in a box, and it's like, with the rut that we're in, when are we gonna be able to actually, like, you know, display them again? Because we'll have to display them in at least a good location that the cat can't knock them over, because knowing that cat, he will knock everything over. And it's also like, with the way that most of my stuff is, I just have so much stuff, and it's like, at this point in my life, do I need any more? Like, the main thing, well, yeah, the main priority I have right now, besides personal life stuff, is I just want to draw. All I want to do is just draw, even if I'm not able to afford anything else. So long as I'm able to afford supplies to draw, that's all I care about. There's, like, you know, nothing else really matters. So it's kind of like, why am I still keeping all these anime figures around, like, with just the hope to, like, maybe I'll be able to display them? Question mark. Like, even if that was the case, I'd need so much space to actually just, like, to display them in a nice way, and also cat proof it. And it's like, that's a lot of money, and that is, yeah, that's just a lot of money that I can't afford spending at the moment, and it kind of sucks, because, you know, the anime figures I have are very, very nice. I have the entirety of, like, the Pokemon trainers, like, figures and stuff, that I can't display at the moment because I just don't have the space. And they're all just sat in storage at the moment. And it's another reason why I'm sort of rethinking, like, do I want to do so many anime conventions anymore? Because it's, you know, whenever you are doing the convention route, there's always the risk of, like, oh, the stuff I'm making isn't selling. And unfortunately, that's been this whole entire year. Like, all of the stuff I have been making have been, you know, stuff that I'm really proud of and I really like. It's just because they're not characters that people recognize, they're just not buying it. And it's like, okay, then, like, it's making me feel bad because no one is buying my art. I've had so many people tell me, being like, oh, I really, really like your art style. And they're unfortunately just not buying anything of mine because they're not recognizing any of the characters. So it's kind of like, you know, I'd rather, yeah, I don't know, I'd rather just post stuff online for free. And it's like, if people stumble across it and want to support me, then yeah, that's all fine and good. And it's the reason why I have the Discord server. So it's like, if people actually want to keep up with me and keep up with the stuff that I'm posting, then, you know, I'm actively going to be posting in that server. And, you know, I just want to create things, and not worry about the consequences of is my art actually making profit? Because that's what I've been thinking of since March, since, you know, I sort of threw myself back into the full-time employment thing. It's just constant being like, is it gonna sell? Is it gonna sell? And that was the mentality I was in 2019, where I had a ton of fan art, but it just got to a point where it was like, it just wasn't making enough. And like, unfortunately, that's just the nature of my art, is that like people like it, but I always get the impression of like they don't like it enough to buy it, which is a horrible mentality to have, but unfortunately that's just kind of the nature of my art sometimes. Is that like, you know, people like it, I get that, it's just whether or not I have enough people to pay money for it is a different question. And it is all about finding the right audience and everything for your artwork, which is what I'm trying to do. But you know, with me being as niche as I am, you know, with my OCs and stuff, it's like, yes, I know I have to rebuild my fan art and stuff, which is what I will be doing, but at the same time it's kind of like, it's quite disheartening, because it gives off the notion of you know, you need fan art to sell. If you don't sell fan art, you're not going to make it big. There are many artists who are able to not sell fan art and still get by with, like, you know, thousands of likes and like sales and whatnot. But unfortunately that's not working for me. So yeah. How did I get onto that tangent? Oopsie. Don't worry about me. I often complain about this. I also realize that's not shaded in the slightest, but it's fine. You won't be able to tell. Anyway, yeah, we're coloring the line art now. I think it's the reason why I started streaming. To not only give me some content, but it's also like, you know, to give me sort of an insight and I guess reassurance that people actually watch, like, want to know what I'm actually doing and what I'm actually creating, rather than worrying about if it's gonna sell, I guess. Like, yeah, the idea of monetization is really good, and it's also the main reason why I decided to do it on YouTube and not on Twitch, because with Twitch, the you know, the whole place itself, being a Twitch affiliate, is a lot more simple and a lot more easier than being a YouTube partner. Because being a YouTube partner, you need so many watched minutes, or like watched hours, you need so many views on shorts, or you know, just videos in general, and you need at least like 1,000 subscribers. Whereas on Twitch, I believe it's you know, it's a much lower requirement to become a Twitch affiliate, which is fine. It works for people. Whereas for me, it's kind of like, no, I'd rather go into it and deal with longer with no monetization, because then it at least gives me time to figure out, like, you know, do I actually like streaming? And so far, I'm actually enjoying streaming. So that's good, but it also means that, like, you know, I'm not doing it to get monetized or to get money or anything. I'm doing it because I want to, and you know, if I do happen to get the monetization out of it, then, you know, yippee. But you know, that's not the goal, essentially, not anymore. It's just, you know, making a life as an artist is incredibly difficult, especially when you have to start from nothing, which is essentially what I had to do. Oh, that's okay. You know what, I can probably just merge these. Yeah, because even if, like, I just realized I'd never shaded this part. Right. Totally missed the line. Let's just grab the harness color and just shade it in. What was I talking about? So yeah, I think it was just like monetization and just selling as yourself as an artist. Everyone's always been like, yeah, you need to find your own set of skills, your uniqueness, and it's like I feel I am quite unique. It's just I'm a bit too unique and a bit too niche. If you get what I mean. In the eyes of people in the industry, it's you know, it's a lot more like in the world of business. Yeah, I am a lot more niche because it's anime, unless you're in Japan or something. But here, it's a bit more widespread and stuff. Let's see. 100 followers, second consecutive streams for at least an hour, 3 to 5 chatters at once, I think, from the top of my head. Yeah, see, so technically, if I was streaming on Twitch, minus the 100 followers, I've already done at least 7 consecutive streams for at least an hour. I roughly do have 3 to 5 chatters at once. Like at the moment on my YouTube studio, it says I have 6 concurrent viewers. And it's like, you know, whenever I do have viewers in my streams, obviously, like, you know, they're usually friends who will actually watch a majority of the stream. And, you know, for stuff like that, I am really grateful and stuff. But, you know, it's to sort of like show to myself that I can do something, I guess. I've always worried that I'm not able to do stuff. And I think that was one of the main things and the main worries I had when I was working at my old place, was it always felt like what I was doing just wasn't enough. Like no matter how good my metrics looked on one day, it was like they'll always pick up something else being like, oh, this isn't good enough. And it was like, what is enough then? Like, you know, are you expecting to work you're expecting to work my butt off, but yet you're just constantly telling me that like it's not enough. So it's like, in your eyes, what is enough? And even, you know, during the times where I am hitting the correct metrics and stuff, they used to be like, they just never used to tell you the good side, and they were like, you know, you don't even get a pat on the back. Or even then, it was like, if they did thank you, it just felt like a very hollow thank you, because then the next day they would immediately go back to telling you like, oh, it's not good enough again. And it's like what even do you want? I was wrong. Reach 50 followers, stream for 8 hours, stream on 7 different days, average of 3 viewers. Okay, yeah, technically I would have already reached the requirement to be a Twitch affiliate, well, minus the followers. I have 38 subscribers. I've already streamed for 8 hours, streamed on 7 different days, and I usually average 3 viewers. So you'd probably only need to hit follower goal at this point. Yes, yeah. If I was streaming on Twitch, I would have like, you know, I would have you know, reached monetization a lot more easier. But, you know, as I said, it's like the whole point of me streaming, it was I just wanted to have content to post, I guess. And it was also just a way of like, you know, just drawing and not having to worry about it. And like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's also because like with Twitch, usually people would like, you know, upload their VODs onto YouTube and you know, just have just have their VODs on YouTube, and like the highlights are on YouTube as well. So I was like, why not just do everything on YouTube to start with? I always hear stories of people like moving from Twitch onto YouTube, or people moving from YouTube onto Twitch, and it's like, you know, it's always just a matter of preference where you go. Like a lot of people you know, I read a bunch of different articles about where to stream, where not to. Yeah, like when it comes to streaming, Twitch would have been the obvious to start off with, but it's like, I don't know, just YouTube. Because like I can upload videos onto here, and I think that was one of the main things why, I don't know. I realized I forgot her buttons as well. God damn it. Oh, okay. But yeah, to reiterate my point from earlier, it was like, just, I'm not giving up. I'm trying my best not to give up. It's just if I dwell on the fact that I'm not earning enough money off my art, I'm gonna end up driving myself into a hole again. And yeah, 2019 wasn't the greatest year for me. I was having so much issues with my mental health and stuff, just because, like, you know, everything I was doing just didn't feel like it was working, and I just wasn't in a great place. So it's kind of like I just wanted to do things for fun again, you know. Right, I also realized that her skin is in the wrong location, so there we go. Right, so silver. Yeah, with her tights being this dark, like, you know, it's sheer tights that she's wearing. So we're just gonna leave it black, and we will color the silver. I know I'm not supposed to be negative, but I have a feeling once I do start getting back into drawing fan art and stuff, I'd laugh if, like, you know, I start drawing fan art and yet it still doesn't sell. And it's like, oh great, I spent all this money on all this merchandise to sell and it's still not selling. Yeah, it's a bad mentality, but it's like, at that point, it's like, I kind of have to laugh at myself. Being like, ha, you can't do artist things, fuck you. So, I don't know. It's the reason why, like, last year, I was in a pretty good place, actually, with my art, because I was just drawing it for myself again, and it wasn't too, you know, I wasn't too harsh on myself. I was like, I'm gonna draw what I want. Yeah, what I want. I'm not gonna bother posting it as much. If people also happen to like it, then you know, that's good, that's great and stuff. I think especially with the world of social media and online and stuff, it's kind of like, you know, these, like my stream right now, it would seem as like, you know, baby numbers, but then, you know, they always say that, like, imagine if those people that were watching your stream right now was watching you, like, was with you in real life. And it's like, yeah, if 6 people in real life was actually watching me draw, it's like, wow, that's a lot of people, and stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to do what I can. Hopefully things will get better. I'm trying not to be like super negative, but you know, it's hard. I try though. It's also just finding the time to just do everything that I want to, you know. I think I might end up listing all of my old anime figures to sell and stuff, because it's like, I think I'll keep 1 or 2. I'll keep the few that I want to keep, but a majority of them, they could probably they could probably go. They've been in storage for like fucking ages. And they're doing nothing but gathering dust at the moment. So yeah, if Zero design goes really well, then you'll likely have commissions from me. I mean, yeah. I hope you do commission more stuff from Zero. With the way that I'm doing commissions now, I sort of like, you know, you pay for the deposit, and if I finish shit between that time limit, then because I have rough estimates of how long it takes me to finish stuff. So it's like, you know, basic tier, I finish it within like 2 to 3 hours. Grand tier, it's like 4 hours and stuff. So it's kind of like, you know, if I draw stuff, then with the way that commissions work now, they're sort of like on an hourly pay way. So like, you know, you pay for the deposit, which is the starting price, and then I'll usually stream it unless it's something that I can't stream. But I'll usually stream it. If the commission stays within the estimated time limit, then, you know, that will, you'll get the final result because you're already paid. If it goes over, then I'll probably invoice you know, the remaining amount and stuff. I'll have to write up a contract or something to agree, you know, for anyone who does commission me to agree to that. If it goes over the allotted time slot, then you'll have to pay me extra. Just to, you know, cover all legal grounds, I guess. I just thought that would be better to do, because for Ed's commission, like, technically he did pay the correct price after I recalculated it all and stuff, but it's like, it's to save my own butt, so I'm not undercharging. So doing it, you know, say like, you know, if someone only paid like 100 and it ended up taking me like if I charge something for 100 and I charge £20 an hour, then it realistically I should finish it in like 5 hours, but say it takes me like, I don't know, 7 hours instead. Then it's kind of like, oh shit, I've kind of lost out on like 2 hours of work and stuff. And it's like, yeah, 100 is minimum wage, but for a specialist skill and for the speed that I draw it as well, it's kind of like, you know, am I really charging what I'm worth, kind of thing. So like, you know, doing it hourly wage thing is essentially just a way of me protecting my own butt, and it's just to make sure that I'm not undercharging myself. It's just, you know, stuff I've learned from over the years, and I feel like doing it that way, yeah, it might seem confusing to other people who aren't used to being commissioned like that, but that's just how I'm deciding to do it going forward. I think might be super confusing. I don't know if that like fully makes sense to work on like an hourly rate thing. You also hear like horror stories of people like, you know, just undercharging themselves and then like, you know, finishing the product and then people not paying up. And like, you know, I've had to learn from mistakes. So there's the Maid Cafe in Manchester that I used to do art for, and the guy used to sell it as like hoodies and stuff. Not only at the Maid Cafe, but also at like conventions around the UK and stuff. And I was only charging like, oh my gosh, I need to remember how much I charged, but I think I was only like £20 per illustration. They were black and white illustrations, but they were like lined and everything, you know, clean line art. black and white screen tone and stuff, and like whilst at the time, yeah, it would be like the average price, but like I think I ended up giving him a discount, and it came out to like £15 per illustration. I was charging super cheap. It was way too cheap, and plus he was selling it as like hoodies and stuff, so he was making extra profit on top of the initial illustration that he paid for. So what I really should have done back then, especially when it comes to commercial rights like that, is to write out a formal contract and being like, hey, if you're gonna be selling this artwork, then either I get royalties or you have to pay a commercial fee for it, which is what I did not do. And so as a result, I don't know how much he ended up selling them for. I also don't know what happened to all of the stock, because I'm pretty sure he still had... so what happened with the Maid Cafe was that... so they were... At first, it was the Ahegao face of like a lot of different like popular anime characters. And then, you know, the whole like Ahegao... not controversy, but sort of like argument came up, being like they're usually like underage girls who would be making these faces and stuff, and so, you know, it was a messy area to deal with, but then it's also like the second design that I did, it was like of a topless anime character, but like, you know, if it was an anime girl, their hair would be covering up like sensitive bits like their boobs and whatnot. And then I remember seeing like a comment, I believe it was on their Facebook page, being like, I don't like it that these anime characters are like, you know, are like naked essentially, because I want to buy one, but I don't want to be judged for wearing something like this. And it's like, that makes sense, especially over here when people are so quick to judge on, like, you know, anime fans like that, and whatnot. And it's like, we made sure to make we made sure that the characters he was commissioning weren't underage or anything. But obviously, as an anime fan, especially over here in the West, it's like, do you really want to be seen wearing, you know, a hoodie with a half-naked anime character on? Sort of debate. Like, some people did, and I did see like one or two people with those hoodies, but eventually, he stopped selling them. I also like cut ties with him, mainly because like, he told me that like he was trying to make money and I was charging too much, and it was kind of like, you know, it just wasn't worth it to keep up that sort of relationship anymore. And like, yeah, it was just, I mean, I still go into the Maid Cafe every now and again. I haven't seen the boss in like a really long time, but they also go and trade at like conventions around the UK and stuff, so it's not like, you know, they don't show up or anything. They're still in they're still in like full operation and stuff. I don't know if I don't think they sell as much hoodies or like clothing. They just sell more anime figures. They're also a maid cafe, so they also sell like you know, drinks and desserts and stuff. So yeah, but so it was from that experience that I kind of learned that like, I'm way undercharging myself. I need to charge more for myself. And then for the whole of like last year and the year before, I was kind of like, I didn't really know how to charge for myself, ? Or like, I didn't know if I was charging the right prices. And it's sort of when it was sort of like last year when I developed the tier system that I have now, of like, hey, if you want this certain coloring style, you pay this much, or if you want, you know, this coloring style, you have to pay more for it because it takes me longer. But I feel like with now, if I'm charging based on how much time I'm spending on a commission, then that's a bit more fair, because, you know, for me, when it comes to sketching, I take, you know, I take like 10 minutes, 30 minutes max. It really doesn't take me long. So if someone's like, hey, I don't have much money, but I want to commission you for something, it's like, I got you, fam. I have, you know, super cheap commissions for this. So yeah. So like, you know, sketches, 5-minute doodles, they literally cost you like £10. It's maybe much, but it's not too much. For, you know, something custom from me. So yeah. It's also like, if sometimes I'll just end up drawing you just random stuff if you give me like a really good idea, and I really like it, I'll just end up drawing this stupid idea for you. But yeah, it was basically from the experience from the Maid Cafe that I learned that like I'm charging way too cheap, and stuff. I think eventually, like after I stopped working with him, there was another artist who would you know, draw for them, question mark. No, I think it was more along the lines of like, because he always said that he would buy my designs off me, and I was like, that line always really confused me. I was like, what do you mean, buy my designs off me? And then eventually I learned that like he was buying, he was paying for existing artwork so that he could print it on hoodies. And I was like, a lot of my artwork are very like illustrative and stuff with like backgrounds and stuff, and I just didn't think they'd look really cool on t-shirts or like hoodies and stuff. But what I saw afterwards, after I stopped working with him, there was another artist. I don't know who the artist is to this day, but he was working with another artist. They had like a Kingdom Hearts hoodie. I believe one of it was like My Hero Academia or something. It was basically just a lot of like, you know, fan art and stuff that was printed on hoodies. And I was like, okay, cool, you do you. But I didn't want my artwork to be displayed like that. I'd rather be, I don't know, it's a really weird way. It's a really weird thinking process, I think. Because like, even though it might have been good, I don't know, there was just something about it that like I didn't want my artwork to be seen as some sort of asset or something. I don't know, it's a really weird thought because it's like an NFT. But either way, I just didn't see, like, you know, I was happy to provide custom illustrations for them to use in the Maid Cafe, but I didn't feel comfortable with selling pre-existing artwork to them to be used as, like, you know, designs on a hoodie or something, because that's just not why I drew the illustration in the first place. And in a way, I'm glad I didn't, because, you know, if I was to stop working with him, what would happen to those designs? Do they still belong to him? Was he still gonna make money off them, kind of thing? So it's kind of like, you know, in a way, it was a good thing I didn't end up selling my artwork to the Maid Cafe. But yeah, I have no idea if that other artist still works with the Maid Cafe or if they've also moved on. Yeah, it may have been seen as, like, you know, shoddy choice of commission and like sleazy kind of work, but I sort of took it as a learning experience. The man was trying to make money as well, so it was kind of like, whatever. Okay. It's why, like, at the moment when you do commission me, I'm usually being like, hey, these commissions are personal use only, unless you sort of use them for like free advertisement or something, or like a profile picture, then that's fine. It's also like, I will ask for permission to use the artwork that you drew for me. Like, whenever you do commission from me, I will always have the right to use it in my portfolio if I want it to. However, I won't like sell it as like merchandise without prior permission. So Ed has given me permission to use the Ame commission that he paid for, but he's given me permission to use that as you know, to make it into prints and stuff, to make it into merchandise. I also need to ask him on a different commission of his. It was basically, it was Lapland from Arknights. I need to ask his permission for that as well. But yeah, anyway, side thing, Ellen is done. And now I can do the line art. I mean, no, now I can do the background. But first what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna merge that. I'm gonna copy that. Okay. Unmerge. And then, yeah, there we go. Move that down. That is actually a point. I'm gonna need to commission you a Zio picture for a profile picture. Yeah, that's fair. I have a headshot option which is cheaper. But obviously if you want a bit more detailed shading in it, then like it will cost you. But when you do decide to come to commission me again, if you just message me, I'll go through everything with you, because I understand that the way that I do commissions can seem a bit, not strange, it's just a bit like different compared to other artists and stuff, you know, because the main thing, like the usual thing in like in anime or like online artist commissions is that like, oh, are you paying for like a headshot, are you paying for like half body, full body, and you have all these like loads of different little prices, and it's like that gets confusing. And I understand that like my thing of you know, paying for my coloring style can also seem a bit confusing, but like I hope that once I explain to the person commissioning, being like, oh, it actually works this way, so if you pay for like a half body or something, it would technically be this price kind of thing, you know. It's just more the fact of like, you know, if I take a commission, I finish it in the allotted time slot that I have for the commission, then yippee, you don't have to pay for extra. If it takes me more, then, you know, I'll be adding it into a contract being like, hey, if it takes me over X amount, then it's an extra however much, you know. I'm happy to discuss anytime, yeah. Right, we are on the background. As I said, I'm not doing it super detailed. So it's, yeah. Right, if I do this, just sort of fill in the back, yeah. Right, so this part like that, this part like that. Yeah, the two gradients. We're not going to bother about the empty space, because as I said, anything that fits in within this rectangle is basically the background. Any extras around it, it's like I'm not going to bother too much about it. The only reason why I drew her as full body in the first place is because if I ever wanted to make it like a full sticker or like a standee, then at least I have already the full body and I don't have to like draw extra limbs or like, you know, have her like her knees cut off or something. Right, so maybe I should have had the floor as a separate layer. Oops. Yeah, that works. So cut. So pillars. No. Yeah. Yeah, so now It's sort of like painted rendering mode. Do. I think also with the way that I do commissions as well, it sort of leaves it open for experimentation and stuff, you know? Because it's like, if, say, you wanted a more painty style from me, but it's not something I'm used to, it's like, I'm always willing to try stuff. It just so I just need people to understand that, like, oh, it might take me a bit longer because it's something I'm not used to doing, but I'm willing to try it at least. Because there are some artists who are just really they're very adamant of like not drawing a certain thing, but it's like, no, I'm happy to do it. You just have to understand that, like, one, it'll look like my style, and two, it might not come out as you might expect it sometimes. So yeah, because it's like, I remember there was one guy at a convention. What's funny, so like, he came up to me and he saw all the Splatoon stuff because my friend Erica brought him to my table, and then he saw all the Splatoon stuff. I was like, oh, I need to send it to my friend because she's really into Splatoon. And then Erica turns to him and she was like, oh, are you sending it to this person? Like, they already know Mewa. And I was like, huh? Question mark. And they mentioned their friend's name. And I was like, oh, do you mean Kuro Squid? Because I already know her. It was really funny. But the guy mentioned that, like, oh, am I willing to draw like mecha? And I was like, I'm not very good, but I'll try it. And so I drew it for him. It was a transformer, essentially. A transformer character. And he got it, and he was like super happy with it as well. And it's like, it's always fun just like experimenting with different things. It's also like, Zio, your furry Hrothgar was essentially the first furry I've ever drawn. So, I'm not very good, but I can try. And now that I've drawn Zio quite a bit, I'm like, yeah, I can design you a furry OC. Let's go. It might still not be good, but I can try. So yeah, I think some artists, they're probably still like scared of experimentation, and I wish I experimented a bit more when I was in university, because they always told me like, oh, like, this is the time that you should be experimenting with stuff, but it never taught you how to experiment, like the importance of experimenting. And like, yeah, whilst I was still in university, the artist Sophia Liu, she was also like, yeah, you should actually take that advice to heart and experiment. And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, no one ever taught me, like, why it was important. They just said that it was, and it was like, heh. And unfortunately, like, back then I was still very close-minded in the way of the arts and stuff, and so I never fully experimented. And now, almost a decade later, I'm like, oh, this is what they meant by experimenting. Damn it, I should have saved some time and like did it earlier instead. Thick. So that was fun to learn. Right, we're not gonna bother with proper shading. Oops. I need at least the correct brush. Ooh, my nose. I'm glad I had some influence on you trying to draw furry art. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, yeah, there is always money to be made with furry art. But it's also like, I think back then, the reputation for drawing furries was always a bit hit or miss. because you either hear like the really good stuff or you always get like the really messed up stuff. And it was sort of like, it was a territory that I didn't want to break into or like step on or something, and I was always really afraid. But like, you know, it's the kind of the thing, like the more you get used to it, the less difficult it becomes, you know? Right, how am I doing the... like that, I guess? Oopsie. Yeah, and then... so with, actually, yeah. With the way that his shadow would work, it would go there. So overlay, clip that, clip that. Blur that out slightly. I also feel like with some parts of Ellen, it should be blurred out slightly. So we will grab some of it with the lasso tool. Do. And then that's a bit too blurry, but like a bit like that. There we go. And then like this part as well. Just so you know, distance and whatnot. And then what I'm gonna do is everything that's here, yeah, like here and beyond, I'm gonna blur out. Let's select that part first and then do that. Oops, not what I meant to do. Filter, blur. I was just gonna blur it like ever so slightly. So, yeah, that's sufficient blur, that's fine. Because now it's like her blade is the most like prominent. Actually, you can't really tell. So let's try that again. So nothing past 3. 1.5. Still can't really tell, but it's fine. I imagine if you print it out, it'll look a bit better. Right. So that's just Ellen. That's the floor. Imagine I should have at least a bit more shading. Maybe add a bit of blue. No, that can be underneath there. And then like above everything can be sort of like a, yeah, sort of like where the light source is coming from. Overlay that, blur that out. Maybe add a bit of texture as well, so... Ooh, I just realized if I do that and then do that and then like make it bigger. Yeah, because there's now like some texture to the floor. There we go. Right, so that's that. That's the pillars. That's this part up here, which this was like just some sort of like railing. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think when a pipe just maybe this one can be bent ever so slightly. How loud is my pen scritching and scratching into the microphone? It's mainly just, you know, where my microphone is positioned above my tablet. Like, you know how some people have like you know, just like the regular pen tablets, you're not having to like hunch over the screen and stuff to draw, but with me I'm kind of like, yeah, I do kind of hunch over. It's really bad for your back, but I wanted to do stuff, I don't know. Yeah, that also includes this side railing, like the floor. Once I add a blur and some filters, it should be fine looking. It's a bit rough, but I'm not super used to doing backgrounds still. I'm trying. Yeah, if the light source is coming from there, then it would actually be here. That is like shaded. There we go. Yeah, if I add like a texture onto it to sort of give it like that rusted effect. I can add it a bit lower. It's a bit smaller as well. I kind of want to go to play Final Fantasy afterwards so that I can decorate my house a bit more. Oh, okay. I was like, how come I can't add the texture here? It's because it's not the right layer. Right, if I do that, oops. Then add the textures here. Actually, if I do it like this instead. Yeah, I have so many like textured brushes that I should probably fucking use. And then if I can, no, that's screen, multiply? Multiply works. Yeah, I should do that with the pillars as well, actually. Sort of like add a texture onto it. I think if I, yeah, if I do that, so do that again. Multiply. Yeah, there we go. Right, so that's that. I need to add some sort of light Oops. Actually, no, that actually works. Because then I can layer that and then not overlay. Shine it on? No, that's a bit too bright. So overlay would be better. Yeah, it's giving it look like a blue hue. That's just the way I'm shading it and everything. But it should be fine. And then unsure about how I'm doing like the back parts yet. I guess we can add a door here. Do 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 do. So yeah, add that door there and then I can render this out. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should use a smaller brush. There we go. Yeah, because now it looks a bit more like a door. Then just render the corners out a bit more. Then if I add sort of like, no, not that, like a lighter thing, because then I can spread it out. Do 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 do. And then that's the bar door handle. Here we go. Yeah, see, because like of the way that the brush works, is that if you don't have the color, it'll just grab whatever surrounding color there is and just use that. And it's like, that's unfortunately not what I want. I want it to look, the doors be a bit like disarray. May not be how a door is supposed to look, but whatever. Alright, let's merge that down. And just sort of like blend that out. There we go. Right, with the top, we can add, yeah, we can add like a square, and that could just be like, you know, an extra corridor or something. That's not 100% accurate, but whatever. And again, we will sort of render the shit out of it. Right, that will have to be merged. Oh, I can't merge it. Fuck. There we go. Merge that down, merge that down. Merge that. Oops. Oh, it's on the wrong layer, that's why. It needs to be merged down. Okay. Nope. Because I merged it down for adding a line, I need to do this. There we go. Now we just need to add a bit more sort of like textures here and there. Is there more textures I have? Polka dot? No. Noise. Grunge? Grunge might work. Right. No, I need to blend it out slightly, I feel like. Do I have a noise brush here? No. Has to be under the effect brush. I had a noise, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think it's just the way with the effect brush works. It's not 100% like great. Okay, you know what? Where's my rock? Dirt? No. Yeah, I had a rock texture. Oops. Oh, that's normal. I wanted it. Okay, it's not working. Yeah, multiply works, I guess. I think that just needs to be like a slightly different color. Let's add it a red. Yeah, that works. Okay. So let's turn that back to 100, actually make it red, and then turn it down. There we go. That looks alright so far. Right, let's shove this all into one layer. It's not, obviously, like, it's not the most super detailed background, but whatever. Right, merge it down. Do that. Oops. Shove it all in the folder at least, and then, yeah. If I blur it out, no, that will make it too blurry. I just need to scruff it up a bit. Is that even working? No, it's on a different layer for one thing. That's also not working. Okay, fine. It's still not working. Oh no, it is. It's... oh, okay, it is. I'm just doing something wrong. I think it's the hue. The hue of it's just a bit too... It's just when I change it to the blue, or like the red, the back of it becomes a green, and it's like, that doesn't really work. So you know what? We'll just add like a bunch of shit on top. So color. That works. Still add blues here or there. sort of like mellow it out slightly. There we go. So then if we add filters on top, so we'll blend that out slightly, add a hard light? No, pin light? Nah. Ooh, hard mix. Oh, that works. Yeah. With the blues and stuff, I feel like we should add more blue. Oops. It's because I'm still using the textured brush, so that's why it's doing this. Right. Right, so that's the hard mix. Let's add a bit more pink back into her. Because, you know, her main colour is meant to be red. It's just I didn't want... Because of how red and black her design was, I didn't want it to be too super red. Yeah, luckily with this brush, I'm able to at least like add some sort of like texture to her, rather than it just being like a blurry mess. I mean, at the moment it is still kind of like a blurry mess, but it's not like too super like blurry. Maybe if I just add like a different, just a slightly different pen texture. Maybe this. This kind of works. Shade and shine. Nah. Or maybe I need to change the color of it. Yeah, maybe make it back to the red. It came out more like a magenta, but it's fine. I think that will do, question mark. So I'm gonna save that. We're just gonna save it as a separate thing. Hang on. Let's try and fit it within the rectangle. Is that actually in? Is the rectangle still in? Okay, that's... yeah, like that. It's like that. Invert, crop. Can I crop it? It crops it to this size. So you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna... I'm just gonna save it as this. No, wait. I'm just trying to think. I'd have to probably like rotate the whole canvas, so just give me a sec. We're not gonna like undo everything we did, don't worry. Oh, wait. No, that's fine. Yeah. Wait, oh. It's because these are still in the way, so take these two, shove it in there because we don't need them. Yeah, we'll merge all that. Do that once again. Oops. do that. And then, yeah. Because now we can rotate the whole canvas to this, and then if I rotate it to sort of like the A4 size, so there. And now, if I invert it, crop it, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that's what the print of Ellen will look like. Yeah. I think, actually... I think it's just some of the colors are a bit too saturated. So you know what I'll do? Let's uncrop that. Yeah. Unrotate that. There we go. Right, do that. Yeah, it's just some of these colors are just a bit too saturated. Or just a bit too much. So I think, yeah, it's this one. And then it's this one. Yeah, if I blend it out ever so slightly, then it'll at least like fade it out and whatnot without going too overboard. Still not the right layer. I think I just need to add like a whole red overlay onto it. Is that too red? That's way too red. The joys of colors. See, with the hard mix, it becomes too dark in a lot of places. So that's not gonna work. Darken? Darken might actually work. Lighten might work as well. Darken color, lighten color. Oh, the lighten color maybe. Maybe not, because this part's gonna look kind of weird. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. See, screen looks like lighten. Yeah. Soft light? Soft light might work. And then just add... No, if I add like a light blue. Can't really see that in the slightest, no. Like that, maybe? See, that's just a bit too harsh, whereas... Yeah, because the hard light becomes very similar to the shine. I have a lot of stuff on hard mix, so lighten just looks a bit too washed out. So maybe the shine and that, maybe. Well, we'll try that. So shove that. Oops, shove in there. Merge. paste. Let's have all three. Then we'll straighten that up. Even if it's not 100% accurate, it's fine. Crop. Yeah, it's not 100% cropped to the same size, but whatever. Yeah, this top part, like, hasn't been blended out properly. So we will grab a water brush and we'll just blend it out. Oh, we could actually add just a texture. Yeah, there we go. Do that, add a texture to hide it. There we go. Okay, sweet. Yep, I'm gonna save both these versions, so this can be 1. This can be 2. I'm just gonna undo the crop. There we go. They can keep this rotation. Deselect, hide that. We'll at least do the blur and this texture thing again. It's not going to be 100% accurate, but whatever. So let's save that, because that's done now. And then I'll just pull up the final 2 versions. Where is my files? I forgot to turn on the light in my room, so now I'm kind of sat in the dark. But yeah. So here's the version 1, I think. No, this is the version 2. This is version 1. There we go. So yeah. I will decide later on which one I should print, but either way, yeah, Ellen is done. Oh. How long is the stream? The stream has been going on for 5 hours, which means Ellen took me 11 hours to finish. Sweet. Hello Zia, welcome back. I have finished my illustration. Look at her, she's pretty. There's 2 different versions. I will decide which version I will post later, but yeah. Sweet. I did a thing. I drew a shark maid. Aren't you proud of me? Oh, yeah, here's the full version to compare to. So yeah, I did a thing. Anyway, I'm getting kind of tired. I didn't realize it was like 10 o'clock now. So I will end the stream here. And yeah, next stream will be Hatterful Boyfriend on Thursday. That will be an incredibly strange one. It's gonna be a long one. So I hope you're in for bird law if you decide to sit in on that stream. Just saying, it's gonna be a hefty one. It is, yeah, it's bird law of Hatterful Boyfriend, the dating simulator with birds. So yeah, I'm tired. So we will end the stream here. Sorry if I haven't updated about that commission, been a bit hectic recently. That is absolutely fine. As far as I'm concerned, your commission is done. Oh, you mean the other one? That's yeah. That's absolutely fine. I mean, you haven't paid for it yet or anything, so yeah. We will discuss things. Anyone who wants to commission me, please send me a DM on Instagram or Discord, and we'll sort stuff out. But for now, yeah. Thank you so much for watching my stream, and yeah, we Who are we drawing next week? We're drawing Hatsune Miku. We won't be fully rendering her out like this. We'll be doing something a bit more simple. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed today's stream, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye!